Hey, Gonkus, what's up? I'm doing well. How you doing? Cool. Good to hear. Someone, you should, figure that out. Make a decision. What's more important? Studying or, just chilling and talking about random crap with Pariah? I think you know the real answer to that. Hello, Super Criminator? Criminator? Hello, pointing device. What's up? How you doing? Nice to see Cream as a playable character again. Yeah, it's cool. It's nice. It's kind of weird, because I thought that they weren't doing, like, Cream as an action character anymore. I sound different? Is my audio recording different? No, I just got up, not too long ago, so, like, my voice is still warming up and, you know, I'm waking up still. Did I see the new Sega announcement? Yes, I did. Very exciting. I didn't watch the Game Awards because why would I do that? But I did go through the announcements, and yeah, that was really hype. It's like it was an announcement specifically for me, because it's like all of my favorite Sega games that have been dead forever, all coming back. Super cool. New Shinobi with Lizard Cube doing the art, which is almost exactly what I was asking for after Streets of Rage 4. Super hype. The new Jet Set Radio, we'll see about that. You know, it would have been more exciting if it came out a while ago, but they waited too long, and Bomb Rush Cyberpunk stole their thunder. So we'll see how the game turns out and how it compares. More remakes for the god of remakes? You talking about those Sega games, Terrazone? Because those just look like new games to me. Have I played any Nier or Drakengard games? I played Nier Automata, and I didn't really care for it.
I am looking after your friends, but they will need.
What would I play first if I had a Steam Deck? I don't know, just whatever I felt like playing. I wouldn't play something like specifically to play it on Steam Deck. Yeah, I was thinking Super Guy in the start of the trailer. Would it be, you know, Sega's Super game that they've been teasing forever? But it turned out to be something much better. By the way, how's the audio balance? Is the game too loud, too quiet? How am I? Too loud, too quiet? Yeah, I got ending E of Nier Automata. I did not care for it. Yeah, no, Terrazone. They all look like new games to me. Especially that new Streets of Rage. There's like a 3D Streets of Rage. That's pretty hype. Game extremely quiet? Okay. How's that? No, Lemon Tea. The game does not look this washed out when you're actually playing it. The reason it looks like this, and why it looked like this on the video I did before, is because I was playing it on HDR on my TV, and recording HDR and converting it to SDR, it creates issues with, like, color and stuff. So it looks more vibrant in this when you're actually playing it. Sorry about that, there's not really much I can do. Super Guy, it's not great, actually, in my opinion. I would honestly say it's, like, the shallowest Sonic game I've ever played as far as time attack is going. Because, like I said in the impressions video, it's very simple in terms of the design of things. So there's not a lot of opportunities for, like, taking cool shortcuts other than just, like, skipping things. Which is okay, but nowhere near what you get in, like, any other Sonic game, 2D or 3D. And it's really weird that, well, you only have to collect the keys the first time you play the level, because I think that would add a lot of potential to the routing. But you can't, so it's kind of weak, in my opinion, in this game. How am I feeling today? I'm feeling good.
This is Reverie Haven, my home.
What do I think the super game may be? I think it's going to be a massive financial loss for Sega. There's no way whatever they've been working on for so long is going to pay off. Do I think Apple is disappointed? What would they be disappointed about? I think this game is really good as far as phone games are concerned. I looked around on other Apple Arcade things that I'm going to check out later, but nothing seemed like it was at the caliber of Sonic Dream Team except for Fantasian, so I would say they should be very happy with this game. How do I feel about Sonic punching in Sonic Battle and Smash Bros? They're fighting games, so you kind of just have to, whatever.
I've explained the situation to them, even though I cannot fully reach them yet. Tails seems to have grasped the situation, especially...
The dialogue missing bits in Dream Team is less off than it usually is, so I wasn't too bothered by it, but there's definitely some stuff.
To reunite you all. But I cannot help you wake up until I reconnect.
Yeah, Existential Narwhal. The game is just too simple. If they fleshed it out, but you know, it's a phone game, so I understand.
You ready? Because it looks like we need to hustle and
Thoughts on REM? Well, she's not really much of a character.
He likes to hand out nicknames.
Oh yeah, here's an example. Oh yeah, you know, Sonic, he loves to hand out nicknames to everyone. Like all those nicknames he has for all of our beloved Sonic characters, like... Oh wait, he doesn't do that. Do I like REM the band? Not much of a music person, so I don't really know their stuff. ZB, only for Tails, you say? Well, it's never stated that Sonic is the person that gives Tails his nickname. In the Sonic 2 manual, it says that he's referred to as Tails by his friends, which I presume would have been like the animals on West Side Island, so the Sonic didn't give him that name. Nux, see, yeah, Nux aims, like, these, so those are all, like, Ian Flynn-isms, like, he refers to the characters like that in the comics, but if we look at the games, historically, Sonic has never called anyone by a nickname outside of Tails. Yeah, missing bits. At this point, I don't really see much of a point in making a deal out of it, because it's like, okay, whatever, The era of real Sonic is just gone. It's over. Just get over it. This is Sonic now. I mean, Sonic gave Eggman a nickname if we want to go with, like, the whatever crap they tried to feed us in the West, but, you know, in Japan, his name is just Eggman, and that's it. Well, Vampy, in the case of Chip, that's not a nickname. That's just giving him a name because Chip had amnesia. Hey, Seagull Moe. Yeah, feeling a lot better now. Did I play Freedom Planet 1 on hard or normal? Honestly, I don't remember. I played Freedom Planet when it first came out, and I haven't really gone back to the game since. But I want to. Yeah, no, it makes sense that he'd reference his own writing. Maybe it's just that I don't want him to be writing Sonic. Oh, I'm definitely gonna play Sonic World DX sometime. I've tried it a little bit, and it seems quite cool. Definitely gonna do a video about it at some point. Well, yeah, obviously the "let's do it to it" thing is a reference to the American cartoon catchphrases and stuff, because, you know, we can't have Sonic use any of his actual catchphrases, because... What? Cutscenes sound a little quiet. That's just the game. The cutscenes are pretty quiet in this game. The audio balancing in this game is, kind of, not the best. I mean, Knucks being Knuckles' nickname just makes sense, and in the Sonic 3 manual, they do allude to Knuckles having a nickname, but in Japanese, it's Knuckle because of how it is pronounced, which doesn't really work for English, so changing that to Knucks for English makes a lot of sense. But Sonic has never called him that before, not in games at least. The stream's lagging like shit, is it?
Well done. We have another part of the dream.
Do I plan on continuing Zelda Was Always Good? Well, I don't call it Zelda Was Always Good anymore. I've dropped that for everything else, but yeah, I'm still gonna do more Zelda videos.
Correct. The border between dreams is heavily guarded. That aside, we must reach it first.
Then let's get going already.
Nico Bane, I honestly don't even really know a whole lot about that whole thing, so no thoughts, really. Hey, Black Hole, Zelda 1 is a fantastic game, so I would say that is one of the ones to play. Zelda 2, terrible. Zelda 1, so good. Options on Space Channel 5 games and IP, I assume that's supposed to be opinions. Oh yeah, this is pre-recorded right now. Space Channel 5 is very cool. I like the aesthetic and the vibe and everything, but I've never actually played one. I want to, though. Well, the super guy, could you even count colors? Because most of that game is 2D. That's actually that's something that a lot of people probably would be happy about. There is no 2D in this game. It never switches to 2D ever. In fact, there's not much scripting in this game either. Pretty much just rails. Outside of that, you're in full control at all times. Game's audio is too quiet. Anyone else think I should raise it a little bit more? Oh, Grim Jim says better now? I didn't do anything. No, it's quite alright as is? It's fine? Okay. Grim Jim, you may just be behind or something. Yeah, the level design is very, spaced out. There is a lot of, like, flat ground in between things. Meta Mode, thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate that. You really felt the absence of the stomp in this game? I did as well at first, but I actually like that there's no stomp. The stomp is kind of like a cheat to doing momentum-based platforming, because you don't have to prevent yourself from overshooting jumps. You can just go crazy and just stomp to make sure you hit the ground, which is not my favorite thing in the world. Yeah, the game is definitely held back by being a mobile game, I think. I think a lot of this game's issues come from compromises from it being a mobile game. And if it had the potential to just be a console game, probably almost all these issues would have just been ironed out. Like, the simplicity is due to the fact that some people play this on a touchscreen where they, you know, you can't have too many buttons or functions or anything. So you gotta keep it relatively simple, and you don't want the gameplay to be too intense and demanding because there is a lack of precise control that comes from touchscreen controls and everything. Idiot, thank you very much. I'm glad you're liking my stuff. Yeah, I got more Sonic Was Always Good and story videos that I'm working on as we speak. Well, not as we speak. I'm just sitting here right now, but right now I am working on them. Look on the bright side, this game has no de novo. No, it has far worse DRM called Apple Arcade. Thoughts on SRB2 Kart? Is good. Is cool. I haven't played a ton of it, but I played a little bit with friends once, and we had a pretty good time. How long is it gonna be? I assume you mean the stream. Probably a couple hours. I don't know, I'm just sitting here hanging out. By the way, I'm not playing right now. This is just my recorded footage of my playthrough. This is not my first playthrough, by the way. This is my second playthrough, because my first playthrough, the recording got messed up. Lemon Tea's saying it's laggy. Is it laggy for anybody else? Oh, how long is the next Sonic Was Always Good? I don't know. It'll be as long as it needs to be. Seems like most people are saying it's not laggy. Let me see. On my end, the stream looks perfectly fine. Maybe try refreshing if you're having some lag issues or something. Thoughts on Sonic Friends being trapped? It is pretty weird the way this game is like, especially the start of it is very similar to Frontiers. If Sonic wakes up and then there's a ghost lady talking to him, telling him to go save his friends, and then they're all in like ghost forms. That's weird that they did that after Frontiers just did that. Odd choice. They're making Sonic Drift 16-bit? That's cool. Yeah, Seth, I saw that thing about all the Sega IPs coming back. Really excited for it. It's like all of the Sega franchises I would have wanted to come back. What's up, It's Amazing? It's understandable why they did it, Milkman, I think, because it's just basically to gate off character types so you unlock them as you play through. I get it, but maybe there would have been a better way to do it where it didn't feel like the same exact thing from the very previous game. This game looks terrible visually and gameplay-wise, you think? I mean, in the context that it's a phone game, I think it looks pretty okay. And gameplay-wise, I played the whole thing. I think it's pretty fun. I wouldn't say it's a phenomenal game, but it's pretty fun. New Rise Star game would be hype. Absolutely. That's like the only other big Sega franchise. It's not even a big Sega franchise. It's the only other Sega IP that I would really like to see come back. Or maybe Gunstar Heroes would also be cool. Have I seen the Serial Experiments Lane? No.
Pure-hearted into reality.
So, someone could dream up...
Vampy, no one that was actually working on the game said this was trying to be an adventure game whatsoever. I think that was just fans asserting that, because anytime there's a Sonic game where you have more fluid 3D movement, people just go, Sonic Adventure! But no, it's a completely different thing.
Noble and virtuous intentions. It was this rule that led the doctor to kidnap Cream. He thought
Do I think other companies should take an example out of Sega reviving forgotten IPs?
I was not
I mean, they just did that now. I mean, Sega has been doing stuff with their older IPs lately. Like, there was a new Space Channel 5 and, you know, Streets of Rage 4 and the Alex Kidd remake and stuff. But I wouldn't say that Sega is doing, like, a particularly phenomenal job with their old IPs. The air dash is a little weird in this game. It's like, depending on what you're doing at the moment, it will function differently. Like, if you're falling, it seems to move at a set distance and reset your vertical speed. But if you're ascending while you do it, then it has, like, really weird behavior. Oh yeah, thank you for the donation, MetaMode. I really appreciate that. How many buttons does this game use? Just 2 buttons. Jump button and then boost button. That's it. A jump in the air is your air action, and then boost in the air is homing attack. Do I think Sega should make their own platform fighter? No. That is a very crowded market, even though there's only, like, 2 games that are actually viable. It's just, I don't think there's a lot of room in that, space. Yeah, that's a thing you gotta think. If this game was, had many buttons, then when you're playing touchscreen mode, there'd be fucking 16 different symbols on the screen blocking your vision. How's the gliding for Knuckles and Rouge? Fine in this game. It has a very aggressive drop-off, though, over time. You do not, like, maintain your height perpetually as you glide. And that was obviously done to prevent it from being too overpowered and just letting you skip everything, which I think is understandable, and I think it works relatively well for this game and what they're trying to do for it, so I'm fine with that. Hello, Sven. How's the control? I think this game controls pretty well. It feels very Sonic in very good ways. The only thing is that I don't think slopes affect your speed at all in the game, although it's hard to tell because you're boosting most of the time, so you just move at top speed all the time. Well, that's just, this zone, Grim Jim, because this zone, is like a beach-themed zone, but it's all dreamy, so everything is, like, made of inflatables. The other zones don't look as, like, cartoony kitty as this one. Yeah, I saw that Frontiers got an update. Whatever. I was playing around with Frontiers mods, actually, for the first time, and oh my god, the mods for Frontiers are incredible. You can improve that game so dramatically with mods. So many of the game's major issues can be fixed. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, I don't imagine I'll be going back to Vanilla Frontiers ever after what's available from the modding community. Like, they've done everything that Sonic Team should have done. What mods did I try? A lot. I can't name them all here, but if you go to my spreadsheet, you can see the ones that I recommend. The most important one, I think, is Tweaked Islands, I think it's called. That fixes the draw distance and also adds a bunch of, like, customizations for the progression and things that you can do. And you can, like, turn off camera volumes and 2D sections in the open zone, as well as, if you want, you can turn all dash panels off in open zone. So you can just play the game fully manually, and it's pretty amazing. Will I review the IDW comics? Not like a comprehensive review, because I haven't read all of them, and I don't want to, but I will talk about them. I mean, already, I think, with mods, Frontiers is, like, one of the most improved Sonic games that they've ever done. Have I tried some mods for Generations
This is the
yet? Yes, I
security
have. I
test
also have
spoken.
those in the spreadsheet
You may
now.
only reach the next
The
dream
thing is,
state
Generations
with fear.
is an outlier for Sonic games. It
curious
doesn't
what's been
really
cooking
need
up.
very much to
course you'd
improve
be
it. It's
excited.
already, like,
too, Tony.
fantastic,
I'll be
so
right
there's
back.
only, like, a couple of, like,
to
minor
have all
bug
the
fixes
fun?
and performance improvements in terms of, like, just enhancing the base game experience. Do I think Surge will ever get to be in the games? I don't know. Maybe. I would guess probably not. I feel like Sonic Team probably doesn't care that much about those comic characters, and I don't think they have much interest in putting them in the
Seaside
games.
Dream, giant enemy crab. Why am I not Wait,
Yeah, most of the, like,
mustache?
most notable Generations mods are just levels, which is cool. Most overrated Sonic game, in my opinion, Adventure 2. Sonic Dash has the IDW characters already? Yeah, and that's a mobile game, not made by Sonic Team. Have I played David Get Keen? Yes, I played one of the demos for that at Sage. Seems like it has a lot of potential. Definitely interested to see where that goes. I did not hate SA2. All I said was that I think it's overrated. I still like the game. Are the IDW comics not up to date in Japan? Is there lag for, like, translation stuff? I didn't know that. That is, like, the one thing. It's not even, like, a criticism of Generations, but the one thing that everyone universally agrees is why the heck did they never make level pack DLCs of more zones from other games? What is the worst boss of the series, in my opinion?
Not just that.
The final boss of Superstars?
Thank you, Miss R.E.M. And thank you, too, for
Well, that's just how it works, Seth. You criticize something slightly, which means you hate it.
Are you feeling all right? Yes. Hi. And
Yeah, Vampy, I like Shadow the Hedgehog more than SA2 as well.
Know me. I've been trying to get a handle on Eggman's systems while you've been gathering dream orbs. I've determined Eggman can't use
Have I
the
played
relics
Kirby's Dream Land 3? It's very specific, but yes. One of my least favorite Kirby games, actually.
look out for Miss R.E.M. and keep her safe.
Don't you worry. We'll all look out for each other. Now, let's hurry to the next dreamscape.
Well, the latest issue is 16 for the Japanese IDW comics. Damn. I guess those are not selling well in Japan. Why does Cream sound like that? I don't know, man. Because when you have, like, little girl cutesy characters like this in Japanese stuff, you know, they do, like, the really high-pitched anime girl voice, and the differences in how English approaches voice acting makes that very difficult to emulate properly, so voice actresses don't really know what to do, and so they do things like that, and it does not sound good. Yeah, a lot of people also hating on Rouge's voice, which also certainly is not good. But I wouldn't say that Rouge is, like, egregiously more terrible than, honestly, just the whole English cast. I really don't like the current English cast almost at all. Amy especially, I think, sounds really bad. Because it sounds exactly like what it is. It sounds like a woman doing a high-pitched girl voice, and it does not sound good at all. You know, obviously there's some bias from my childhood or whatever, but I think of, like, Amy's original English voice actress. It sounded very appropriate for Amy, and it didn't sound like I'm trying to do little girl voice. It just sounded like a voice that would be appropriate for the character. Yeah, Sonic and Knuckles, especially Sonic, I think, why such, like, a weirdly deep voice for those characters? It sounds so odd. The thing is, with the early 2000s voices, from, you know, the adventure games to Heroes, I think a lot of the voices were pretty on point in terms of fitting the characters, but the acting was not good. Am I playing with MacBook? No, I'm playing on an Apple TV. I'm not playing right now, by the way. This is pre-recorded footage of me just playing through the game.
The essence of dreams. The darker fluid is Dr. Eggman's corrupted version, fueling his minions.
It's literally nightmare fuel?
Why would anyone want to make nightmares?
Because he's a jerk. And he's a control freak.
Well, when I think of Sonic, I hear Junichi Kanemaru, but that's just me.
Let's get scouting.
No, Seth, everything is a little dark, because I was playing in HDR, so the conversion from HDR to SDR, creates some imperfections in the coloring. Sorry about that, nothing I can really do. Why don't I like Dreamland 3 that much? Honestly, I don't remember, because it was a long time ago that I played it, but I distinctly remember when I played that game feeling like it was, the weakest Kirby game I've played. I think a part of it was that I had previously played Superstar, and, you know, that game was the first game to do the more fleshed-out copy abilities, where you have, like, multiple moves, and then Dreamland 3 goes back to just basic copy abilities, where you only get one attack. And that was a little bit lame, even though it does have the partner copy abilities, which are also cool, but not as cool. Yeah, the Japanese voices don't change because Japan is more respectful of voice acting. Like, in Japan, it's very common that, like, when you voice a character, you voice that character forever. Until you die, basically, which, like, that's what happened with Eggman's voice actor. The only reason he was recast is because he died. I think one of the only exceptions to that in Sonic is Tails' voice, because initially they had Tails being voiced by an actual child, and that doesn't work because children grow up and then their voices change, so then they recast Tails to a woman. Squeak Squad, that's a good Kirby game, for sure. Yeah, I love Sonic's English that he does all the time. I think it's awesome. And I believe, I've read that that's improv by Junichi, that he just started doing that and it just stuck. And I think that's awesome. See, I think Jason, as an actor, was the worst one of them all. Like, even in Unleashed, I think that his performance is really weird sounding. He talks so, like, in an exaggerated way when he's playing Sonic, which may have been the voice direction. Planet Robobot? Planet Robobot is great. One of the best Kirby games, for sure. What about Jason's Shadow? Yeah, I don't really like Jason's performance for any of the characters. They all have that same kind of, like, weird, exaggerated speech. Remember when he swore in English in the Sonic X sub? I mean, the characters swear pretty regularly in Japanese, because swearing has different, like, connotations in Japan. Like, kids swear in Japan pretty regularly, and in kids' media. Because it doesn't have the same meaning that it does for us. Okay, if the stream is lagging for you, try refreshing it, because it seems like most people, the stream is fine. How would I rank Sonic's voice in English? I would say, Ryan probably #1, then Jason, then Roger. Did I enjoy the Game Awards? Well, I didn't watch them, so yes? Because if I watched them, I definitely would have enjoyed them, because the Game Awards are stupid. Do I consider this a boost game? Well, you boost in it, so I would say kind of yes. I mean, it's different, but it's got boosting. I don't think Sonic ever swore in Sonic Heroes. And In fact, I don't think Sonic ever swore even in Shadow the Hedgehog. Yeah, the Sega announcement was the hypest thing for me from any of the Game Awards announcements. Yeah, exactly, Danny Ben. I don't watch the Game Awards because they're fucking boring, A, and B, who gives a shit about some fucking dumb award show? I don't fucking care. Did Shadow say damn? I thought that, like, I know characters like Knuckles and Espio, and obviously Shadow swear, but I thought Sonic never did. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there, Gesekai. The Game Awards is... I did, like, tune in for a little bit of it. I was hanging out in Arlo's stream, and yeah, it's just disgusting. Oh, what does the Y up-down thing do? It lets you switch characters while playing levels. So you can take different shortcut routes, which is neat. But you need to come to a complete stop to switch characters, so it's not something that you can incorporate into, like, a level run. Yeah, I saw that Pizza Tower, a lot of people are mad about that, but I'm like, who fucking cares? It's the Game Awards. There is nothing less important. Some of the categories in the Game Awards make no sense. Well, it's because it's like... I was looking at some of them, and some of them are, like, super fucking forced. It's just all so stupid. Yeah, exactly, Gesekai. Right there with you. Why do I pick Cream for my flight-type character? Because Cream is cute, and Tails is probably one of my least favorite Sonic characters. It's kind of boring. I mean, I understand the best accessibility features as a category. It's not about, like, do you deserve an award for that? It's more about acknowledging the importance of adding accessibility features into games and, you know, wanting to acknowledge people that do really good with that, which I think is important, you know? Accessibility for games is good. The award is basically just a farce to just highlight that. Which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. That's one that I'm okay with. Yeah, no one watches the Game Awards for the awards. No one gives a fuck. I mean, it's weird when you think about it. They don't have fucking movie trailers at the Oscars, do they? Honestly, I don't know, because I don't watch the Oscars either. I don't give a fuck about award ceremonies. Is Kirby and the Forgotten Land my favorite Kirby game? No, because I haven't played it yet. Yeah, but I just watched all the trailers this morning. Oh, stream just died for a second. We back? We good? Okay, I think we're good. We're good. Have I tried Pizza Tower? I played the demo. Haven't played the full game yet, but I do have it now, so I will. Yeah, technically inept. When Supersonic is handled well, that's what Supersonic is. Which is why I have an issue with how Supersonic is handled in, Frontiers. And also, I think the IDW comics, I'm not 100% sure, but from what I've seen, the Metal Virus finale seems to lack the actual importance and value of Supersonic, I think. What is my favorite Kirby game? Triple Deluxe. Oh yeah, that's another thing about Game Award trailers, and really just video game trailers in general. I fucking hate game trailers because, like, okay, if it's like a CG trailer with no gameplay, I don't give a fuck. I do not give a fuck. I will not watch that trailer. And if it's like a trailer that's like 45% of it is camera pans over vistas as a character narrates some cliched bullshit dialogue about how they're coming, and it's up to you to save the whatever. I don't give a fuck about that either. I skim through trailers so aggressively. Like, in a 2-minute trailer, I will probably watch, like, 15 seconds of actual footage, just clicking through, being like, okay, where's the gameplay? Where's the gameplay? Where's the gameplay? And then I see the gameplay, and I watch it for a couple seconds, and I skip ahead a little bit more, like, okay, what else? Like, what is this game? Tell me. I don't need some fucking stupid shitty trailer that teases out the fact that this is just a generic game like every other game. $9.23, is that true? Has he actually, like, said that? Because that would be extremely weird, but that checks out with his writing. How do I feel about the Nintendo Direct? What do you mean, the Nintendo Direct? Was there a Nintendo Direct recently? I don't know. In general, I don't really watch Nintendo Directs either. I just check out all the trailers afterwards, so I don't have to waste a bunch of my time. Most games being open world? I mean, most games are like... Personally, I've been having an issue lately with games of just, like... lack of creativity just in general, of, like, everything is a thing that I've already seen or played before. It's either an open world game or some kind of action RPG, be it a Souls-like or, you know, some anime game or whatever. Or, you know, it's just all the same shit over and over and over again. And I'm just not interested in a lot of that stuff anymore. Even things that I do like Metroidvanias, but it's like, yup, it's another Metroidvania, and it's not really doing anything new or different. And it's like, these days as a gamer, I crave something new and different and interesting. And if you're just gonna do the same thing as stuff that's already been out there, then you gotta be fucking truly excellent to get my attention. Yeah, cozy games too, Gesekai. I'm kind of with you there as well. I don't even remember what it was. It could have been like a E3 or Summer Games Fest or whatever from like a year or two ago, where it's like fucking 75% of the games announced were farming sims, and they all look like the same fucking game. Have I watched Nazo Unleashed? Back in the day. I haven't watched it in forever. Agreed on that, Lemon Tea. Do I like an open-world platformer a la Mario Odyssey or Mario Galaxy? Well, Mario Galaxy is definitely not open in any sense. It's very linear and level-based. Mario Odyssey, I mean, I wouldn't really call it open world. I would just call it a collectathon with big levels. I would say Sonic Frontiers is an open-world platformer. And really, that's not a very explored genre. There's not that many open-world platformers. But I think Sonic Frontiers shows that there is potential in that kind of thing. Most overrated Sonic character has to be Silver. Is Silver overrated, though? Do that many people even like Silver? I don't know. I don't know how popular Silver is as a character. I mean, I guess him having any popularity would make him overrated, because he's a terrible character. What's my favorite fighting game? Killer Instinct, the 2013 one. Yeah, exactly, Lemon Tea. Boring. Even seeing, like, I don't know, the 150th Souls-like, I'm like, whatever, man. I've already played all the Souls game. Is your game as good as FromSoft's? Probably not, so I'm not interested. Vampy, the thing with Frontiers is that I think, like, some of its ideas at, like, a high level, there's potential there. The way it was executed in Frontiers, if we're gonna do that again, I would be worried. So it depends how much they keep and how much they change if they do another open zone game, which they're probably gonna do. TSR Silver is like nothing. He has like no character. Hey, Sweet. What's up? You're a bit late, but didn't really miss much. We're just hanging, just talking. I'm not playing right now, just background footage. Favorite band, artist, genre? Not much of a music guy, so I don't really have anything for you, honestly. Playing Mega Man X4 right now. How do I think a game can do flow well? I mean, there's no one right way to do it. I've never played Mega Man X4, so I don't know how well that game does it. Real quick, Sweet, the Sega game announcement was the most hype thing from the Game Awards for me. It's like all of most of my favorite Sega franchises that I want back, all suddenly getting announcements of new games, which is really hype. I finally got to see the Jet Set Radio 3. We'll see how that goes. The hype for that is nowhere near what it could have been if they had announced that years ago, because, you know, BRC stole their thunder, but I'm still interested to see what they do. See how it compares to BRC. And yeah, new Streets of Rage, 3D one, new, what's it called? Golden Axe, new Shinobi, done by Lizard Cube, hype as fuck. Yeah, that was the most exciting thing from the Game Awards for me. Lava Shelter is your favorite Sonic stage of all time? That's a odd pick, I would say. Lava Shelter is probably one of the best levels from Shadow the Hedgehog. I don't know if I'd say it's the best, though. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, what would I think is the best? Might be Lava Shelter. Oh yeah, Crazy Taxi as well, which I'm not as crazy about, because I'm not particularly a fan of Crazy Taxi, but I definitely want to give it a shot. Sky Troops is an alright level from Shadow. Oh no, I didn't watch the Game Awards. I just looked at all the trailers after the fact. I don't give a fuck. Waste of my time. No, I'm not crazy for Crazy Taxi. Just never really done it for me. Lethal Highway, you think, is the best stage in Shadow? That's a pretty fun stage. I might be inclined to agree with that.
The good news is that its launch controls are just
Yeah, I didn't even play any of the games in that category, and I'm like, how the fuck did Pizza Tower not win? But who actually cares? Yeah, I feel like Dream Team, this game has a really solid foundation. If they flesh this out, I think this could become a phenomenal 3D Sonic game. But I think it has to graduate from being a phone game, which will probably never happen, because it's Sega Hardlight, and they are the mobile developer for Sega. What do I not like about Crazy Taxi? You know, that's just that kind of very simple arcadey score attack type of game. And I'm not a huge fan of driving games, just in general, so it doesn't really do too much for me.
That's pretty
Ever into the Scott Pilgrim series? No. I only watched the movie from several years ago, which I enjoyed, but I've never gotten into it more than that.
Other people's toys.
I won't let you hurt Miss REM!
You've outlived your usefulness, you brat. Foreman, report to the control room at once.
You know, 923, I don't know if I would disagree with that in some ways. The way that the characters are handled now is, yeah, it's weird. Have I ever played the Parappa games? No, never tried any of them. I didn't have a PlayStation until a PlayStation 4, so I totally missed a lot of stuff. Yeah, the character animation in this game is quite good. It's very nice. I think this uses different character models than the ones they've been using for a while in the games. The characters look a little taller, like the proportions seem a little different. Thoughts on Mike Pollock as Eggman? Whatever. He's fine. I actually preferred his performances as Eggman in older games. He used to have, like, a very boisterous voice when he would talk. Like, if you look at how he talks in, like, 06 or Unleashed. Whereas now, he's changed his Eggman to be, like, really gravelly, and I don't like it as much. Yeah, he is older. That is true. Yeah, I went back and did some catching up on some of the PlayStation series that I missed as a kid, but there's still a lot of blind spots for me that I haven't played. Do I think Eggman should be a serious threat or comedy or a mix of both? I would just say I prefer Eggman on the serious side, but it doesn't have to be, like, ultra super duper serious. Just, you know, within the context of a light, fun adventure, a threat to take seriously. They hid Rouge's cleavage? They definitely did not. They give you, like, a shot at it in one of the early cutscenes, in the first cutscene in the game, actually. Thoughts on Sonic Forces Speed Battle? Never played it. See, SA2, I think that Eggman is very cool in that game, but generally for, like, the direction of the Sonic series, I think it goes a little too far in the serious direction. It works well for what that game is going for, but I would not want that for everything. Thoughts on Sonic Forces? You're gonna have to wait for the reviews for that one. Yeah, SA2 very much is the anime movie of the Sonic series. Thoughts on online-only games that you still have to pay for? I'm fine with that. I don't understand that, that sentiment out there that, like, a multiplayer game, like, if it's multiplayer only, it shouldn't be like, it should be free-to-play or shouldn't be full price or whatever. I don't really... that's a bizarre thing to me. Like, multiplayer games are just as worthwhile as anything else. I don't get... Like, as someone who plays board games, it's like, a board game is multiplayer only in most cases, and some of them can be over video game prices. There's some board games that are like $150, and you have to play with at least 5 people or whatever,
You were
and it's
very
fine.
brave.
It's just what the game is.
Nothing more of you. Besides, thanks to your efforts.
Am I excited for the Sonic movie next year?
Nice work,
No. I don't care for the Sonic movies. Most difficult Sonic game I've ever played? Unleashed.
Now we can help protect REM too. It's what
Thoughts on Prime's voice cast?
Handsome.
I like it better than the game English cast.
Sure, but he's such a brute. No class or tact.
Because multiplayer games usually have more microtransactions. Well, yeah, but, I mean, that has nothing to do, like...
Get moving.
I kind of understand that, but, like... That's only, like, a modern thing. Like, back in the day, multiplayer games were just games that you would buy and play. On principle, I don't think there's anything wrong with paying full price for a multiplayer-only game. A price tag can keep bots away? That's true. I've heard that TF2 these days has a big bot problem. Or is that settled? I don't know. Do I think the 2010 Sonic games did some good things for the characters? No. I don't think there's a single good thing that the 2010s games do for any of the characters. You like how long they made Knuckles' dreadlocks in this game? Okay, but you know what really annoys me? This is like a stupid minor pet peeve thing. When Knuckles glides in this and in Frontiers, his dreads don't, like, splay out. Which is like... It's like they don't even understand what his dreads are supposed to do. The idea is that Knuckles catches air under his dreads, and that slows his descent. There's literally, like, there are illustrations by Yasuhara from Sonic 3 where he demonstrates that's what the dreads are there for, and they don't do that anymore. It's like they don't even know how the character is supposed to work. It's very strange. The gliding always made no sense, to be fair. Yeah, sure, but, like, it's cartoon video game stuff. At least they made up some kind of explanation for it that you can just say, fine, sure, whatever. But they don't even do that anymore. Yeah, I saw that, Shwait. I didn't check it out for myself, but it looks neat. I mean, Hesmo, the Sonic series was always trying to aim for kids. With Colors, they just... It took a different approach to it. Thoughts on Kyoko Yoshimura, writer of Unleashed? In general, I like her writing a lot for Sonic. I wish she would come back. The dreads do that in Chaotix. They definitely go out. It's just hard to tell from the angle of the sprites, because it's, like, very side-on. I think. Don't they? I'm pretty sure. Top 5 Sonic games? Advance 3, Unleashed, Rush and Rush Adventure, and Mania. Unleashed is the most underrated Sonic game by far just because of the Werehog. I don't know if I agree with that, because the Werehog does rightfully harm that game's quality significantly. So I think all the criticism that Unleashed gets is warranted. Which Unleashed? The main Unleashed. No Generations? That's a good point. I might swap out Unleashed for Generations. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, someone mentioned that, sweet. I didn't see that, but that's cool. That's neat. Advance 3 is my favorite Sonic game meta. Check out my video on it if you want to hear my more elaborate thoughts. Do I think they should bring Rouge's bombs back? Indifferent. I don't know. If it works for the gameplay, whatever. What's up, Axel? How am I doing? I'm doing pretty alright. How are you doing? Does Sonic Dream Team have slope physics? You can definitely slope jump in the game, but honestly, I don't even know if slopes affect your speed, because it's a boost game, so you're just boosting most of the time. How am I enjoying the game? Well, I'm not playing right now. This is pre-recorded footage, but I like the game. Not one of the best Sonic games, in my opinion, but it's good. Missing bits because of all the negative criticism throughout all the 2000s games that were super Japanese and anime. So they're like, alright, let's try something different. That's what I assume, at least. Why is Rouge part of Sonic Team? You mean like Team Sonic, just like the main good guy group? Well, in the case of this game, it's just because they wanted to have a female counterpart to Knuckles, so we have a male and female of all the playstyles, which is kind of a weird thing in this game. Like, I kind of like it, because it's like the original idea for Team Rose from Sonic Heroes. So it's kind of cool to see that, finally. But at the same time, the way this game presents it, it's a little, I don't know, condescending, that it's like, here are the boys, and here are the girls. It's a little weird. And in the case of Prime, it was done because they had, you know, 5 main characters that they wanted to focus in on, but they wanted to have, you know, more gender balance, so who can we do besides Amy as our secondary main female character? Rouge, I guess. It was basically just they didn't have any better choices. Yeah, there's a lot about Dream Team that feels very Heroes-y in some ways. I actually would prefer if this game did some more Heroes-like stuff. Like, you know, they're doing the 3 group thing. If it wasn't the limitations of a mobile game, I'd say let you have 3 characters at once and swap between them on the fly. Because it does let you swap characters, so, like, why not do that? And it would be cool. But, you know, phone game limitations, so I understand. Why do I think Sonic is so weirdly characterized in other interpretations? Because it's written by different people that don't understand or don't care about the series and just want to do their own thing. I mean, in mainline stuff, not IDW and Dream Team. Oh, you're talking about the lack of shadow in stuff? Yeah, I wonder why they are, well, I imagine because, like, nowadays, they're really pushing, like, the main 4, for Sonic. You know, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy, and, like, pushing that as the group. And, you know, I think they're still very, tepid about including a lot of Sonic characters and things because of, the troubles, the 06-ing, so, you know, there's not really a place for Shadow in the main Sonic group. Still waiting for Knuckles Chaotix 2 Medin. That exists. It's called Sonic Mania. And then Knuckles Chaotix 3 is coming out in Penny's Big Breakaway. Who do I like better, Lumina or REM? Well, REM is not a character, but I don't know anything about Lumina, so I can't really say either way. I would probably say Lumina because at least the story of Sonic Shuffle, as bad at it as it is, tries. How was Frontiers for me? I enjoyed the game for the most part overall, but I think it has a lot of problems. How fast do I think modern Sonic should actually be? It doesn't matter, who cares? I mean, within, like, realistic believability, I'd say speed of sound, you know, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, REM is the goat girl from this game. Do I like Jimmy Neutron? Not really. When I was a kid, that was one of the cartoons that would come up that I'd be like, I guess I'll watch this. You wish for the resurgence of Riders as an esport? Well, aren't people still playing DX in Tournament Edition? Do I have a preference in game art style for a Sonic game? Yeah, I like them to look like Sonic games. Not like any other generic JRPG. This or Frontiers? I think Frontiers is probably a better game. This game is nowhere near as flawed as Frontiers, but it also doesn't have the highs of Frontiers, because there is a number of things in Frontiers that I think are pretty fun and pretty cool. And this game, it doesn't have a lot of issues, but it also just isn't that amazing as a game. I hope Riders gets a re-release, you mean? Well, that's never gonna happen, I don't think. You think so, Sweet? I mean, I guess that's probably pretty believable. I mean, really, from that era, as far as Nickelodeon is concerned, you know, my major interests are, like, SpongeBob, Invader Zim, which is a bit older. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it from, like, that kind of 2000s era Nickelodeon. Other than that, it's, like, even older stuff, like Hey Arnold and whatever. Yeah, I'm trying to think of any other, like, really good Nickelodeon cartoons from that time. Teenage Robot? See, here's the thing. Teenage Robot, I love, like, the premise and the setup of it. But the actual show I never thought was that good, really. Have I ever seen Hell of a Boss? No, I've heard of it. I don't really know anything about it. Oh yeah, Avatar, obviously. Really, you think Jimmy Neutron is up there with those? I never really liked it that much. Also, a part of it is that it's so fucking ugly, as far as, like, CG pre-rendered shows go. Fairly Odd Parents, it was okay. I didn't particularly love it. TMNT, the one with the rhinos? What does that even mean? You mean the 2003 cartoon? That was the one I grew up with. It was pretty alright, but it's not the most amazing thing in the world. Danny Phantom? See, and that's another one where I didn't really think Danny Phantom was that good, even as a kid. What's the oldest show I've seen? Well, like, as a kid or now? Because now, the oldest show I've seen would be, like, the original Addams Family. Because I like to go back to older things and check them out. I was one picky kid. I mean, I watched the shows. I just didn't think that they were amazing. Do I prefer Nick over Cartoon Network? Probably. Thoughts on Chris Thorndike? You know, there's some things about his character that, like, I can see what they were going for, and I think it could have worked. But in practice, he's just really annoying most of the time. Maybe I would appreciate Jimmy Neutron more if I went back and tried to watch it now. Maybe there was a lot of good stuff in there that I was just missing. The wheelchair girl is way better than Chris. Yeah, Helen. Yes, an infinitely better character. I would not have minded if she was the main character of the show, but she is not a representation of our target demographic, so she would never be the main character. How well do I think it would sell if Sega made their own handheld device? Probably not well at all. Sega is not that big of a publisher these days. I don't think many people would buy a whole machine for just Sega games. I mean, fair enough, Seagull, but that doesn't stop me from not finding the character annoying. Another thing about Chris that I find annoying is just, like, how he's so shoehorned into things of, like, there's a Sonic story happening, but we have to make this stupid fucking kid, like, pivotal to the story for no reason. That especially sticks out when they do the adventure adaptations. You know, Sweet, I'm not really a fan of Tara Strong in general. I really don't like her Harley Quinn at all. I find it really grating, and it pales in comparison to the original Harley Quinn from the animated series. I've gone too far, what, by criticizing Tara Strong's Harley Quinn? What are my thoughts on superhero stuff? I'm tired as fuck of superhero shit. You know, I never actually watched the Sonic X pilot. I should probably do that. Well, yeah, I mean, I can't really think of anything that Tara Strong was in that I, like, really particularly loved her performance. I don't know. Does anyone give a fuck? Like, so many AAA games now, and even some indie games these days, are getting, like, Hollywood actors involved, and does anyone fucking care? Like, I understand for movies, you know, movie stars and that whole thing, but for video games, I don't fucking give a shit. There are only a couple of ones that I think are kind of cool, like that new Hellboy game that has Ron Perlman playing Hellboy. That's kind of neat because he did play Hellboy in the Guillermo del Toro movie. That's kind of fun, but for the most part, I'm like, who fucking cares? Yeah, Vampy. One superhero that I do like, and I've always liked a lot, is Batman. But I really hate the, like, superhero universe, because it makes everything that happens in, like, the Batman world seem so, like, small and irrelevant, because, oh no, Batman has to stop Two-Face from robbing the bank or whatever, and that feels so pointless when it exists in the same world as Superman or fucking the Green Lantern Corps in space saving the universe or whatever fuck. It sucks.
I've been going through Eggman's files, and I keep finding references to a dormancy protocol. It's
Yeah,
like
Joao.
plans.
New Shinobi, new Streets of Rage, new Jet Set Radio 2, new Golden Axe, all really hype.
To shut down the reverie.
Look, sweet, it's the Goat Girl.
When
Are
I
you
get my
excited?
powers back, I have to trigger it to ensure the doctor's influence is erased. Once complete, the reverie will lock
Oh,
down.
dude, Sven, Spectacular Spider-Man is so fucking good. That's one of my favorite superhero things just in general ever. So good.
Wait. A guardian must be prepared.
Thoughts on
to
Yakuza? Only
sacrifice
played Zero and I loved
their
it.
cause.
Am I excited for Deadpool 3? I didn't even know they were making a Deadpool 3.
Well, I am
No.
learning a lot about how the reverie works, but it's difficult to say. The best thing we can do is collect more data.
Then there's no time like the present. Let's do it to it.
Would I like to see Sonic meet the No, I don't give a shit. I've gotten really sick of, like, crossover stuff, just in general, in anything. Because so much of it just feels like brand crossing over with other brand. And I do not like it. It just all feels like cynical marketing stuff. Some crossovers can be appropriate, but for the most part, I'm like, please stop. Please. I'm so done. Do I think REM is a nothing character? Milkman, you know me so well. Not even that sweet. It's like when different companies cross over too. It's just like I remember forever ago, it was, I think, Assassin's Creed Origins had a Final Fantasy crossover, and it's like, what do those two series have to do with each other? Absolutely nothing. It's just like, we got a deal with Square Enix to put fucking Final Fantasy shit in our Assassin's Creed game. So we just did it. It's not appropriate. It doesn't matter. Who cares? It's just thing you know from thing you like crossing over with other thing you know. Isn't that amazing? I hate it. Pizza Fire, that's exactly the kind of shit I'm talking about. Street Fighter 6 crosses over with Spy Family. I'm like, why? Who fucking cares? Why? I mean, I know why, but you know why I'm saying why. Exactly, Lenum Lorbius. I know what that is! Fucking love Red Letter Media. They're so funny. Oh yeah, Wreck-It Ralph 2. That was definitely a thing. Wreck-It Ralph 1, I liked a lot. 2 was such a letdown. I don't know what that is, Hesmo. Anytime Pixar or Disney does a sequel, it sucks? That's not true. Toy Story 2 is pretty good. That's like the last time I can think of a good Disney Pixar sequel. there anything else? I don't think so. You wonder how Portal got into LEGO Dimensions? I mean, Valve loves to license out their shit to stuff. In Pinball FX that I've been playing, there's a fucking Portal pinball table. Toy Story 3, in my opinion, is not actually that good. The beginning and the ending of the movie are fantastic, but the whole middle part of the movie with the fucking daycare and everything, it feels like so, like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? And the fourth one was just awful. You like Cars 2? I have never seen anything but the first Cars movie, and then I didn't watch any more because I watched Cars. They've been doing things sweet. They put out Half-Life Alyx. They just put out Counter-Strike 2, the second ever Counter-Strike game that's ever been made. Sequel to Counter-Strike Global Offensive, the first ever Counter-Strike game. If you think there are other Counter-Strike games, you're wrong. You want Valve to do things you're actually interested in. Well, isn't that you could say that for any company of anything. I wish that they would do things that I was interested in. And I'm interested in Half-Life Alyx, I just don't have a VR headset to play it. And I don't know if I'm gonna get one. What's my opinion on the Ori games? I've played both of them. They're great, especially the second one. The second one is one of the best Metroidvanias I've ever played. Fantastic. Oh. Thank you. Well, sweet. We all know that Valve doesn't work on TF2. I didn't play much of that new TF2 update. Are the new maps any good? Oh yeah, no, it's definitely the same person. I assume he's just gonna keep doing that. I don't know why. He's got nothing better to do with his life. Yeah, there was an update a couple months back where they added a bunch of new maps. SNES versus Genesis? Well, I have a lot of bias, so I go Genesis. Favorite multiplayer game? Probably Gears of War. Do I like that Sonic has character development in Sonic Prime? I don't mind it because it's doing its own thing. It's fine. Do I think copyright has gotten more strict in the past 10 years? I mean, has anything changed about copyright? I don't know. What's my 2024 game wish list? Honestly, off the top of my head, I can't really think of that many games I'm looking forward to. Penny's Big Breakaway. I guess now any of those Sega games, if they're coming out in 2024. I have no idea if they are. The Paper Mario remake. I don't know, what else is coming out? Lucky Squire? Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Rolling Rascal? I played the demo for it. Really, really fun. Well, Sven, Silksong isn't on my 2024 game list because that game's never going to come out. Persona 3 Reload? Oh yeah, Persona 3 Reload. I'm probably not going to play that right away, though, because it wasn't that long ago that I played through the Persona games for the first time, so I still kind of feel a bit Persona'd out. Muga Saga, don't make jokes about that. We don't need to be encouraging that shit. That new Peach game? I haven't seen enough of that to say if I'm particularly excited for it. Maybe. I don't know. Anton Blast? No, I've seen that game. Don't think it's particularly for me. I'm not a fan of Wario Land. Oh, Elden Ring DLC? Is that even going to come out in 2024? I have no idea. Well, I don't think whatever the BRC team does is going to come out in 2024, probably. They just finished BRC. Unless they do, like, DLC for the game. Is it also Sonic Rush? I haven't really looked at Anton Blast that closely. I guess I'll have to give it more of a look. I'm just gonna ignore that. No, this is pre-recorded, Erico. By the way, what's up? I didn't catch you entering the stream before. Sorry about that. It's hard to keep up with everything in chat. There's so many people saying things and asking me Sonic questions. Why do all the jingles overlap with each other in this game? It's mainly just because I'm, like, rushing through menus. Oh yeah, I think I die a bunch in this part because I'm trying to, like, do bullshit instead of play the way the game wants me to, and I just refuse. That's true, Freedom Planet 2 did just suddenly come out. My guess, if Silksong ever does actually come out, is that it's gonna get, like, shadow dropped at, like, a Nintendo Direct or something like that. That's my guess. Are the Sega names for consoles better than Nintendo? Okay, here's the thing. They totally screwed up Nintendo with their console naming, because initially they had the Nintendo Entertainment System, or the Famicom, and then they had the Super NES, or Super Famicom, right? And then the N64 was originally going to be the Nintendo Ultra 64, and I like that progression of going, like, the base one, then Super, then Ultra, and then they borked it, because they dropped the Ultra from N64, and then they didn't keep on with that naming convention, and I thought that would have been really fun. Sega console names? I don't think Sega consoles have particularly good names, really. They're fine. Puddle, I don't think any of those were the Super game. I think those are just games that they were working on. By the way, Erico Christie, I see you've changed your profile picture. It's a bit small, but that looks to me like Kuroneko from Oremo. Am I right? Is that who that is? Because if so, good choice. Oh, is the super game a multiplayer game? Okay. We'll see how that goes. It is Kuroneko. Fine taste there, Eriko Christie, definitely. Oh yeah, Kuroneko, obviously best girl, for sure. Oh, it's multiple games, not a multiplayer game? What does that even mean? How is it a super game if it's just multiple different games? What the fuck is Sega on about? See, Oremo is definitely, you know, you have to deal with what it is. But I think given the context of what it is, it's pretty good. If you could be okay with that. Did I watch/enjoy the Game Awards? No, because if I watched the Game Awards, I would not have enjoyed them. So I didn't watch. I didn't read the novels for Oremo. I watched the anime. Yes, technically, Annette. The thing is, like, 90% of the show is fine, and then at the very end, they're like, well, we gotta do it. But they do it in a, like, I don't want to say tasteful way, but in the best way you could. Anime, man. Exactly. Alright. If I see another fucking thing about feet, I'm gonna start banning people. No more warnings. Shut up, sweet. Okay. Yes, Animal King, if that's how I'm supposed to pronounce that. The flow in this game is pretty nice. Does this game have enough slopes? I would say it could use more. That's something I would have preferred changed about the design. There are a lot of slopes, which is cool, but there's also a lot of flat ground, which, like, if you look at the original 2D Sonic games, there's, like, no flat ground anywhere. It's very rare, you know, only in certain zones, but it never lasts for too long. It's always sloping to give you some opportunity to, you know, do stuff, and it's fun. How's it feel being a YouTuber? It's weird. It is weird, and I'm still getting used to it and trying to figure out how to handle it. But it's cool also at the same time. Why do they have slopes if there's no momentum? This game does have momentum. This is something I need to talk about when I do that Sonic physics video. Most Sonic fans don't know what momentum is. This game has momentum. In fact, yeah, this game has possibly the best physics in any 3D Sonic game ever. Yeah, momentum means I like the movement in this game. Not even inertia. Most of the time when people say momentum, like so many Sonic Frontiers momentum mods or whatever, or, oh, the spin dash has added momentum to the game. That's not what that is. What people are usually talking about is slopes affecting your movement speed, which is gravity, or they're talking about slopes affecting your jumps, which is, that's not momentum. Did I play the Dot Hack series? No. Sonic fans discover gravity. Well, the thing is, Sonic physics are made of many different, like, physics properties. Inertia, gravity, momentum, there's a lot. Friction, drag. Now I can't explain what momentum is then. I can explain what momentum is, but I'm gonna save that for the video. You can't believe Isaac Newton is the creator of Sonic? I mean, he kind of is. A lot of Newton's properties are what Sonic uses. Without Newton, there would be no Sonic. Okay, Sega Archives, but what actually is that number? Like, what is momentum a measurement of? Do you know? Yeah, I'm gatekeeping knowledge for views. That is a great way to put it, Erico. SA1 has shit physics and good controls. Absolutely. Ah, Descartes the Hedgehog knows what's up. That's what momentum is, yes. I mean, really, Newton is the creator of most things in our modern world, because without his physics, buildings as we know them wouldn't be able to exist. Yeah, Super Static Pro. That's why these days I prefer to use the term just physics in general when I'm talking about Sonic stuff, because it's so many different properties of physics that make up how Sonic games play. No, inertia and momentum are not the same thing. They are related, but they are different. See, this is why I want to do that Sonic physics video, to explain this stuff, so people can stop using the word momentum incorrectly. I know, how did people live before Newton when he invented gravity? It's a wonder. Have I actually studied physics stuff, or am I just an aficionado? I just love science. I find science fascinating. So I just look at a lot of stuff. Like right now I'm watching The New Cosmos with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Fantastic show. And like, most of what I watch on YouTube is like science communication educators and stuff. Like some really deep in there stuff. Like I like Quartzgazat is very good. It covers a lot of general science. I like PBS Space Time, which is like much deeper in there, like astrophysics stuff. And like half the time I don't even really understand what they're talking about, but I still find it fascinating. I just love science. How many fedoras do I own? 0. Should I own fedoras? Is that a thing? No, Knuckles Glide is fine in this game, I think. I think people don't like the aggressive drop-off it has. But I think it's a good choice considering the design of the game. It's still quite powerful. When you start playing the levels for speed, you can still take the craziest shortcuts with the gliding. Blue Star. That's not what momentum is. Sorry. Well, yeah, of course he does, Totem Pole Man. That's what Sonic is. In fact, in the next couple days, I'm gonna have a whole video about pinball and how it influenced Sonic. Because, yeah, there's a lot. How would I tackle DLC for this game? Just extra levels and extra characters, really. Yeah, there's some fun slope jumps in this game that you can do for sure. What device am I playing on? Well, I'm not playing right now. This is pre-recorded. But this is an Apple TV, 3rd generation. Have I played the Sonic pinball games then? Yes, I've played all of them for that video. It's going to be kind of like a dual reviewing every Sonic pinball game video and at the same time talking about pinball and its relationship and influence on the Sonic series. So kind of a 2-in-1 thing. Have I tried time attacking this game yet? Yes, I have. It's actually not that great. The game design is just too simplistic and shallow here to, like, let you do some really cool stuff. But it's still fun. It's not bad, but weaker than almost any other 2D or 3D Sonic game, I would say. Yes, Mal, that is the only moment in the entire game where the camera goes 2D, but it really doesn't even matter, because when you're on rails in this game, you can't move laterally anyway. You're, like, locked to above the rail path. What ingredients do I think would make up a perfect time attack game? It's called Cloud Built. Well, you need really good, fun, complex dynamic movement mechanics. You need level design that complements those mechanics really well and has a lot of openness and room for player creativity, but is not so exploitable that you just break the game and don't play it. And of course, you need good instant restarts. You need good time tracking. Like, if I restart at the beginning of the level, don't keep the timer going. Automatically reset it to 0 if I start at the beginning of the level again. Cloud Build has a really nice feature where it has instant restarts to the most recent checkpoint or instant restart back to the beginning of the stage. You can pick which one you want to do. That's really nice for, like, testing a specific area to try to figure out shortcuts and stuff. So good. Well, yeah, Erico Christie, it's an indie game, so they don't have that much for, like, assets and stuff, but I think it ends up working out pretty well. Yeah, this game animations look really good, don't they? I've never done any of those, like, TF2 parkour, rocket jump courses or anything like that. I probably should at some point, because I do like the movement in TF2 a lot. I'm not the best air strafer in the world, but I can definitely do it. Yeah, this boss is pretty cool looking, though I would say it kind of doesn't look very Sonic-y. This looks like, I don't know, it kind of looks like a boss from Balan Wonderworld, doesn't it? Do I think Eggman could ever be a good guy? No. Yeah, it does kind of look a bit Knightsy, doesn't it? Lost World-looking boss. What you on about? This doesn't look like a terrible Sesame Street villain. It is a little bit stiff, Pato, but in general, I do think that the physics of this game are better than any other 3D Sonic game that has ever come out officially.
That attack drained her, and I don't think Dream Orbs can fix this. We need to get her to the Dream Core.
I think Iizuka has said that he wants to do another Knights game eventually.
Okay?
Is it better than Roboblast 2? I would say in certain ways, yes, Roboblast 2, the physics in that, mainly due to the fact that it's, you know, a Doom thing, has some severe, physics limitations. Can you play this without ever boosting once? I guess you could, sure. IDW seems to think Eggman could be a good guy. Yes, that's because the people writing those comics don't understand Sonic. What? Who said that? What Sonic character has the best theme song? Well, it's obviously gotta be Sonic. Sonic has multiple amazing theme songs. Both versions of It Doesn't Matter. What's it called? Endless Possibility from Unleashed. Reach for the Stars from Lost World. Sonic's got so many great themes. It Doesn't Matter which is the best version. Ooh, that's a tough one. They're both so good. I feel like I like the SA2 version more. I really like the music direction of SA2. I think it's really good. Although I do love the SA1 music as well. Yeah, Reach for the Stars from Colors. Look at that cool slope jump shortcut. I like that. That's some good stuff.
5 miles per hour. Absolutely no going fast allowed.
923. Yeah, that's pretty close to how I feel about those comics. How about my favorite Shadow theme? You know, it's probably the Shadow the Hedgehog theme. I quite like that game. The theme in that game. Not His World. His World is pretty good too. Definitely. But I feel like that song is less of a Sonic song. Like, it feels more like the theme of the game rather than Sonic's theme. Dreams of an Absolution is pretty good, but I don't hugely love it. It's kind of cool that it's a Green Hill remix. What's the best version of His World? I mean, does the orchestral version from the end of the game count? Because clearly that's the best version. But if we're going lyrical versions, I think probably the bass one. But I do like the Zebra Head version a lot as well. Oh yeah, did you guys not know? Yeah, Dreams of an Absolution is a Green Hill remix. Go listen to it again and think about it.
Whatever it is,
It is definitely a Green Hill remix. How could that be by accident? It is like the exact same notes. He said it was on accident? Yeah, well, people lie about shit all the time. There's no way that was an accident. I refuse to believe that. There's no fucking way. It sounds exactly the same at one part. This game not having a JP dub? Yeah, it doesn't have any dual audio. Does it just not have a Japanese dub at all? That's weird. Thank you, Steven. I'm not even a musician, but I'm like, come the fuck on, people. Listen to the song.
Yeah, what's up with this this one mission in this level that has like weirdly ominous music for no reason? I noticed that when I was playing. She is exactly as nothing of a character as she looks like. How many of you guys, by the way, have like played this game? Because I figured it would be good background footage for this, because people who haven't played it can see the whole game. What do I think Sega needs to do to make Sonic popular in Japan? I don't know. I don't know how you appeal to a Japanese market. Yeah, a bunch of the statues didn't unlock for me either. This game's also crashed on me a number of times, so it does have some issues. What do I think of that Fallout show trailer? I didn't really watch it. I, like, looked at it a little bit. I, like, skimmed it. I don't know. I'm not really a Fallout guy, but it looked like it could maybe be good, I guess. I don't know. What do Fallout fans think? Technically inept. That's how they appeal to the Japanese market. They need human girls with 60% bigger eyes and 200% bigger chests. That's the answer. You know, I would say a good way to probably appeal to Japan is to make an RPG, because from what I have seen, it seems like the Japanese market generally don't like action games too much. They seem to like more like slower, simpler, more basic games that are very story-focused. So I think an RPG might be a good bet. But Reckless, I specifically said in that video that I would not recommend buying an Apple TV specifically for this game. Is Splatoon big in Japan? I guess that kind of makes sense. It's very Japanesey, but it's also like hip and cool with the kids. What do I love the most on making videos? I like just talking about games. Because I don't really have anyone in my personal life to talk that much about nerd stuff with. So it's nice to have y'all, because you like to listen to me talk about this shit. But sweet, Splatoon isn't games as a service. There's no microtransactions in that game at all. It's just a game. How do I feel about people comparing Sonic Prime to Mickey Club? I don't know what Mickey Club is, but I mean, Sonic Prime definitely is a relatively kiddie show because it's for kids. Yeah, it's a little kiddie. It doesn't bother me too much. I think it still is entertaining enough for an older audience. I mean, sweet, is that a games as a service, or is that just an online video game? Yeah, but peer-to-peer is not great for online play. if it's going to be more than 2 people, because then the host gets advantage. I don't really think that anyone on planet Earth but you refers to games as a service that way, Sweet. That's just a game that has dedicated servers, which I generally think are a good thing for playing online games, and it's like a lot of online games you can still play 20 years later. I can still load up Gears of War 1 and play it online right now. The player base will die long before the servers go down, in 99% of cases. I don't really think the music in this game is that good, Hesmo. Only the main theme, which I think was done by T-Lopes, is really the only thing I like. Everything else, it didn't really stand out to me. I can't remember any of the music from this game. Yeah, I guess .t. If you're going to take down the official servers, having an option for people to have their own servers is a good alternative. Yeah. You can definitely tell with the main theme that, like, oh, that's the T-Lopes one, because it's really good. Can T-Lopes just become, like, one of the main composers of Sonic going forward? He's been working more and more on the series, which is cool. But, like, you know, there was Jun Sonoe, then Tomio Otani. Can T-Lopes become the next one? Because he really deserves it. Any opinion on physical media versus digital? Well, when it comes to games, I'm fully digital. Like it or not, you're just going to have to accept the fact that physical games are going to go away at some point. And I became okay with that a long time ago. But for other things, I do like physical media. Books especially. I like to read a physical book when I can. Makes the reading experience more enjoyable. That is true. T-Lopes does work on other things, so I guess he doesn't have the availability to work on Sonic all the time. But damn, his music is so good. Yeah, Richard Jocks had good music, too. I did not dislike his music from, like, even Sonic R. I like the music in that game. I think it would be really cool if they got Masato Nakamura to come back for a game. For those that don't know, he was the composer of Sonic 1, and I think Sonic 2, maybe? I'm not 100% sure. I think it'd be awesome if he came back. Like, get his band Dreams Come True to do at least a song for a game or something. That'd be awesome. Oh yeah, no, 3D Blast for Genesis definitely is better than the Saturn score. But, like, some songs from the Saturn game I still think are very good. Like, especially the special stage music I think is really good in Saturn 3D Blast. I'm not familiar with that name, Sweet. What songs did he do? Oh yeah, the game did crash. There we go. I had to start a new recording at that point, because I had to restart the game. Yeah, the opening animation in this game is ridiculously good. Best one they've done so far of all the newer animations. I really want them to just let Tyson make a fucking Sonic animated series, please. Just let him do it. See ya, Axel. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, okay. Those are some pretty good ones. Those are some of the best ones from 3D Blast. I really love 3D Blast soundtrack. It's pretty excellent. Might even be my favorite of the original games, or I guess the Genesis games, I should say, soundtracks. With Ian writing? No, someone else. Honestly, let Tyson do it. He wrote, Rise of the Wisps. I thought that was pretty okay. Still has a little bit of that annoying, out-of-character jokiness, but it had a theme. It had a message. It tried to say something. It honestly portrays the theme of Sonic Colors better than Sonic Colors. Have I seen people are upset about Let's Do It To It being a new recurring line? I mean, I understand. I kind of agree, but at this point, I'm kind of just... I'm so checked out. I've just given up. There's no point. There's no point. It's not gonna happen. The real Sonic is dead. We have this now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I did talk about that sea tree, although I didn't see any, like, info on the game. I just saw that, by the art, you can tell Lizard Cube is doing it, but is it actually the developers of Streets of Rage 4, Guard Crush Games, making the new Shinobi? Because if so, that is literally exactly what I was asking for. After Streets of Rage 4, I wanted them to do a new 2D Shinobi. More like 15. When was Sonic Colors? 2010? So, yeah, it was about 13 years ago. Lizard Cube is just, they just do the visuals. They just do the animation. The actual game development and game design was done by Guard Crush Games. Yeah, Pack Thurby, that's where it's from. Because, you know, that was Sonic's old catchphrase. Because I don't know about Sonic's actual catchphrases that he says in the games. That he used to say in the games when he was actually Sonic. How mid do I believe Sonic Forces to be as a game? I mean, it's very mid. It's like the definition of mid. Yeah, long time no see. They don't say that anymore. That was like the catchphrase of the Sonic series, and no one says that anymore. Or Sonic's catchphrases, like I've been alluding to, which I want to talk about when I do the video on the comics and Ian's writing. Like, whatever happened to Sonic's catchphrases that he used to say all the time? Too easy, piece of cake, or as he said in Japanese, too easy, dakusho daze. You know, that was tight, he said in a lot of games, like when you would get a top rank. Yeah, long time no see, obviously. There's a lot of things that, like, especially when Shiro Maikawa was writing Sonic, he would make him say repeatedly in every game. And Sonic doesn't say those things anymore, because, you know, you'd have to understand the character to realize that he has catchphrases. What the fuck is he calling tight? The adventure. If you're a youngin', tight is like slang for like, that was awesome. See, Pack Thurby, that's a thing that annoys me. Gotta go fast, Sonic has never actually said that, ever. That's just from the Sonic X opening. Sonic has never said that. In fact, it would be out of character for Sonic to say that. Sweet, I only half understood what you tried to say there. Yeah, well, that's what happens, with the current writers that they have. Look, we just need to accept that original Japanese Sonic is just gone. There's no point in complaining about it anymore, because clearly they're just gonna keep doing things the way they want to do it. Well, in the movie, but I mean like real Sonic. What is my favorite 3D game? Like, you mean in general? Like, my favorite 3D video game? Gonna complain about Ian Sonic being woke? Is Ian Sonic woke? I wouldn't really say so. He's just a different character. Have I seen Aaron Hansen play a Sonic game? Yes. Maybe this is unpopular for Sonic fans, but I have fucking loved watching the Game Grumps play Sonic games because Aaron is so bad at the games, and he gets so mad, and it's so fucking funny. But also, sometimes it is genuinely the game's fault, and that just makes it even funnier to me, because I know that, like, he's getting pissed at the game, and he's totally warranted at it, but he can't differentiate him being pissed off at the game for sucking, or just him sucking. He just blames the game on everything, and it's so funny. Like, when they did Sonic Adventure, and they were doing Big Story, it was so fucking funny. Aaron was losing his goddamn mind over not knowing how to do the fishing, which was his fault for not knowing how to do the fishing after already completing multiple fishing levels. But at the same time, the game doesn't tell you how to do the fishing, but at the same time, he didn't look at the instructions. But at the same time, nobody looks at the instructions, because why would you? So it's both his fault and the game's fault, and it's so goddamn funny. I don't watch Game Grumps anymore, though. I mean, I didn't really watch them ever, particularly. I wasn't ever, like, a Game Grumps fan, but I would tune in sometimes to their Sonic playthroughs, because it was hilarious. But I don't watch their stuff generally. Am I a Scott the Woz fan? No, I've never watched a Scott the Woz video. You assume I have an issue with Amy Lightspeed dashing and everyone boosting? I mean, that's just the game's design. I understand it. I would prefer if they did something else, but, you know, for the scope of this game, they wanted to have multiple playable characters, so they needed them to just be universally the same. I get it. Kinda lame, but I get it. Am I an Arlo fan? Yeah, generally. I watch a lot of Arlo's videos. Kind of been getting less interested in his stuff lately, but yeah, generally I think he does good stuff. The thing about Scott the Woz for me is that he's just never made a video about anything I give a fuck about. He like, looking at his titles and thumbnails, he goes for like very like quirky kind of like video topics that are like kind of sort of interesting that other people don't talk about, but honestly I just don't give a fuck. Like, I don't know, he talked about, I want to say I saw a video from him that was about like multi-pack games, and I'm like, I don't fucking care. His RPG video? I don't know about an RPG video that he made. Do I like Pariah695? God, no. That guy, that fucker, he's so pretentious. And have you heard his voice? It's so annoying. He sounds like fucking Peter Griffin. And he hates everything. He just hates Sonic. Fuck that guy. And he's a classic elitist. Oh yeah, and he is like super hardcore Japanese fanboy. Doesn't care at all about anything else. He's terrible. I like time attack in this game. Not hugely. This game is so simply designed that it's not really that interesting compared to like any previous Sonic game, 2D or 3D. Oh yeah, probably also has a super shitty, low budget, low effort thumbnails. Those are terrible. Is this Super Sonic 3D World? I guess in some ways you could draw some comparisons to that, in terms of the level design, how it's done. Yeah, where are the red circles and the arrows in the thumbnail? Where's the big text of something stupid? Where's him making a big, dumb, exaggerated face? Like, come on, man. Don't you know how to play the YouTube game? What's wrong with you? What do I think about Sega trying to squeeze every Sonic story together into one canon? I think it's a terrible idea. You know, technically enough, I've been thinking about doing like a video that's like just pure like YouTuber parody for a while, but I honestly struggle to even get myself to like say those kinds of things because it's just so forced and artificial. I just can't. I will make a video about the Zelda timeline. I will. That's news to me. Should they port this game to PC? I'd love if they ported this game to PC, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. It's seeming unlikely. Yeah, be sure to smash that like button. I just can't. I just can't. Hey guys, what's going on? It's your boy Pariah695, and in this video we're gonna be talking about something, whatever. I just can't do that. No way. Will I enter a Mr. Beast competition? That's a thing? What's a Mr. Beast competition? Oh yeah, I need to have the little thing come up in my videos. The little animation of the subscribe button and the little mouse clicking it. I need that, definitely. Don't do that again. I don't want to. That hurt me physically to say that. Treat, I would say those don't even count. Those are just remakes of other games. Is this gameplay pre-recorded? Yeah, this is just a playthrough that I did. It's awesome, do that every time. No. Oh yeah, this is when my sister accidentally tried to connect to the Apple TV. That doesn't count either, sweet. Does this have multiplayer? No, it does not. Pariah lore updated. My personal life is not that interesting. Yeah, Sonic was always good abbreviated to swag. Someone else pointed that out to me, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm okay with that. See you, Seth. Thanks for hanging around. I like that lore, Mao. Pariah is morally ambiguous, therefore all different versions are the same. Okay, yeah, this is where I started a new recording again because I had to go check to turn off my fucking settings on Apple TV so she couldn't connect anymore. Oh, you were asking if I would make a video on the Zelda timeline. No. As I've said in multiple of my Zelda videos, I don't give a fuck. Wait until MatPat makes a video on Pariah lore. They would never do that because that wouldn't be clickbait enough, because people don't know who I am. So how's the time attack in this game? Not great, actually. I'll talk about it more when I do the full Sonic Was Always Good on it. But the game is just too basic, basically. The other question is why Rouge has cleavage. Well, you know why. This game was, or Rouge was created by Japanese people. That's why. Did I talk about the Sega announcements yet? Yes, I did, Subsonic Sparkle. I saw your tweet to me, by the way. Yeah, it's almost exactly what I wanted for a new Shinobi. I just don't know if Guard Crush is working on the game. I hope so. Or I hope they're doing that new Streets of Rage. Hype announcements all around. All those Sega announcements. That's the best thing from the what's it called? Game Awards. Blue Star. Time attack is no fun when there's no timers and ranks. Why bother? I mean, there's no timers or ranks in the original games, and I do it there too. Yeah, the new Streets of Rage is interesting, because it's 3D, which is cool. 3D beat-em-up. I'd like to see how that goes. There's been a lot of attempts at 3D beat-em-ups, and they all approach it in different ways. My opinion on Takashi Iizuka? I think he's done more harm than good for the Sonic series, but I can't really say for sure because it's hard to tell what he is responsible for. I hope it doesn't play like Fighting Force, because I want it to play well. Yeah, I'm aware of Fighting Force originally being Streets of Rage 4. I'm glad it wasn't, because that game was not good. Yeah, Subsonic Sparkle, it looks like it's just trying to be a new Shinobi game in the vein of the original ones, which is pretty awesome. If not myself and not Iizuka, who do I think should lead Sonic Team? When did I ever say it should be me? I don't think it should be me. I don't know fucking anything about handling a multi-million-dollar franchise. Who do I think it should be? I don't know. I guess the best candidate right now is Naoto Oshima, because he's working on Sonic again. When is my Sonic comic going to release? When it's done. No idea when that's gonna be, you know? We're just working on it in our free time. What Sonic dev would I want to interview? Probably Hirokazu Yasuhara? Probably. Can't wait for Hey Pikmin 2. I think everyone can wait for Hey Pikmin 2. I don't think anyone is looking forward to that particularly. Thanks, Boiled Walrus. I'm glad you're looking forward to it. Your contribution is awesome. I love the cover for it. You killed it. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I think this is your first time. Oh, no, you've been in the streams before, but I don't know if you've ever talked much. Well, thanks for showing up. Thanks for hanging out. Was there stuff between Naka and Yasuhara? I've never heard about that. Well, I appreciate you hanging out, Boiled Walrus, and I love your work. Keep it up, dude. Would I like for a collaboration with Yuji Naka for a hypothetical Sonic game? Well, there's a couple of problems with that. First of all, Yuji Naka is in prison, and secondly, they had a big falling out, so I don't think that's ever gonna happen. What I would love is for Hirokazu Yasuhara to come back and have him and Naoto Oshima work together on a Sonic game. That would be hype as fuck. And hell, bring Izuka on board too. Why not? He was part of original Sonic team.
Everyone, look out!
Hold Arium. I'll go first to check it out.
That's not true. So, oh, well, I guess he did leave Sonic Team. He was still working on Sonic stuff, but he was, like, helping on the Western projects like Sonic R and Sonic Extreme. Get Edmund McMillan to make a Sonic game? I don't want that. I do not think that Edmund's design ideology would be appropriate for Sonic. The backstory of 695 is it was just a random string of numbers that Xbox put at the end of what I wanted to change my gamer tag to, and I was like, sure, whatever, that's fine. No, no one has managed to correctly guess my name. I mean, my name is out there. You can find it.
Everyone, distract Eggman and buy Tails Sword 5!
Oh, he's on deferred sentence? Okay. Hirokazu, I believe, is working at Unity right now. Yeah, I like the Nightmare Eggman here. It's pretty cool. Thoughts on Infinite? I would say a wasted character. I think they could have done better stuff with him. Did Tommy Tallarico work on Sonic? I didn't know that.
Think fast.
Well, yeah, clearly something happened on Balan Wonderworld. But I don't know. Seems like Yuji Naka is kind of just an asshole. Which is unfortunate because, you know, he did good stuff. Oh man, that fucking scene with Shadow and Infinite, the I am not weak scene, is so fucking lame. The writing in Forces is so bad.
Knuckles, here. Not drop her.
Yeah, I've heard there's a lot of like weird stuff with Tommy Tallarico and like game credits and things. I like the concept of the Phantom Ruby in that it's like another weird magical gem with strange powers. I feel like they should do more of that in Sonic. You know, it's always the Chaos Emeralds, but like in CD we had the Time Stones. So I'm like, yeah, I would love for Sonic's world to just be filled with all kinds of weird magical rocks that do all kinds of weird things. So I think the Phantom Ruby was a step in a good direction with that, and then they never did anything more with it, and they heavily underutilized the Phantom Ruby. I think the IDW comics have another magic rock thing, right? Yeah, the Warp Topaz, which I have no idea what that does. I've just seen it mentioned. Did I play that new KO the Kangaroo game? Nah, didn't really interest me. Looks like a very basic, whatever kind of game. The Warp Topaz does whatever it wants to do. Well, that's basically what the Chaos Emeralds do.
Your turn, kid.
Bring back the Chaos Rings from Chaotix. Well, they seem to want to pretend Chaotix doesn't exist, sweet. So I don't think that's going to happen. Scooby MSN. That's not wrong. That's not wrong. It's very discount Toys for Bob. You're right. Later, Pack Thurby. Thanks for hanging out. What did the Chaos Rings even do? They were basically just a stand-in for the Chaos Emeralds. They didn't do anything. Knuckles Chaotix was made because they needed a Sonic game for the 32X. Although I think it was originally supposed to be a Genesis game, or a Saturn game, or something. Metamode, thank you again for the donation. Sega specifically requested the Warp Topaz not to be destroyed just in case they want to do something with it, according to Ian. Okay. I'd be surprised if they ever did anything with it, but okay. Do I think Surge is a good replacement for Scourge? Well, I don't know anything about either character, really, because I never read any of the Archie comics with Scourge, and I haven't read anything with Surge either, so... I mean, I certainly like her conceptually a lot more, and she has a much better design. Well, Sweet, originally, Knuckles Chaotix was going to have Sonic and Tails in it as playable characters. Mighty being a sprite edit of Sonic is because he was originally just going to be Sonic. In the code, the characters are like labeled like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and slot 0 is Mighty, and slot 1 is an unused Tails that is broken. So, clearly, it was going to be a Sonic game originally. Have I beaten Streets of Rage yet? No, I haven't played it since I made that video.
Tails, give me a boost.
That's true, Erico. If you make the 32X, you clearly don't know what you're doing. Why release it without the Blue Rat? I don't know. Maybe they were trying to experiment. Maybe they also were thinking, like, man, this 32X thing is a flop. Let's not waste a Sonic game on this, so let's get Sonic out of there. because the game was being released unfinished, so they wanted to make it clear it's just a spin-off. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Sonic 2 was technically released unfinished too, but I guess that game was in a significantly better state than Chaotix.
The nightmare's over, Eggman.
Yeah, Hesmo, I'm with you on that kind of thing.
Now I shall
That's a whole weird discussion that I kind of want to just avoid because, you know, irrational people get angry at you when you talk about those things.
in your dreams.
The ring rubber band mechanic was dumb, but it's so fun.
What happens now?
See, I think the idea with Chaotix was they wanted to make a 2-player co-op Sonic game, but they're like, how do we make that work? Because the second player just goes off the screen, and like trying to do a shared screen thing doesn't work very well. So it's like, all right, well, we'll just have to force the 2 characters to always be together, so let's glue them to each other. That'll fix the problem. And it totally fixed it, right?
So, what next? Breakfast?
What about the Dream Machine and the Reverie?
How many Sonic games weren't released unfinished?
It can't make
Sonic
sense to
1,
choose for another
I think. Maybe like the Advance and Rush games. Maybe Unleashed in Colors and Generations.
What do you mean by technically, Tails?
Well, I may have been able to modify the protocol a teeny tiny bit. We should be able to speak to REM again, even explore the Reverie. It just can't make
Nah,
sense.
Generations definitely rushed. Is it? It seems so much more polished than so many other Sonic games. I mean, it does still have some issues.
To make sure it worked.
Fine. Take the relic. It's worthless.
What's happening now? I'm gonna do, I still have more footage of, like, post-game, getting all the remaining collectibles and stuff.
Rise again. I will realize my dreams of world domination.
Oh yeah, Subsonic Sparkle. Have you seen those mods to recreate Dubious Depths? Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Glad to have you.
I don't know about that, Steven. I feel like with Generations, they just didn't give a fuck about story. Ian and somebody else wrote this game. You'll see in the credits. Did I try the Tails challenges? Yeah, I did. They're whatever. Just more missions. Oh yeah, no. I mean, this game had no story. This fucking is terrible. Nothing happens. How would I rewrite Lost World's story? Well, I would remove the Deadly Six from existence, which would require changing basically everything about the story. Yeah, I guess Lost World is probably finished, right? How much did this game cost? Well, it's technically free because it's part of Apple Arcade. I got it with a free trial, but I also had to buy an Apple TV. So it depends on your circumstances. Oh wait, there's a post-game thing! Oh wait!
That should do it. Cream, I think you should go.
It's very important. It's such a good scene. It totally makes it all come together.
My, Tails really is clever. Hello, Cream.
With the really weird, bad Cream voice acting. That's it. That's the ending. Yeah, this game has such a nothing story. No, that was what's-her-face? REM. Oh, I think the footage looped. There we go. Here's the post-game stuff. Yeah, it was pretty bad. I mean, the whole game's story is just bad. Aren't I afraid of being called a misogynist for saying that Amy should stay weak? I mean, I've already been called that, so it's a little late for that. I mean, yeah, that's always how that is with that kind of thing. There are dumb people who cannot understand things in a more complex way, so... You know, female is weak equals sexist bad, because as we all know, a person's worth is determined by their physical capabilities. That's definitely a positive message for little girls. Thoughts on Dimps? They've made a lot of good Sonic games. I don't understand why they have such a bad rep in the Sonic community. They made the Advance games, they made the Rush games, they made Colors DS, all really good games. And then they make Sonic 4, and that completely destroys their entire reputation among Sonic fans. Like, what the hell? Sweet. Well, Dimps didn't make Pocket Adventure, SNK did, and then some people from SMK left and formed Dimps, so it's not quite the same. Would I erase Lost World from existence at the cost of erasing Outer Wilds? Absolutely not. Are I about to start a Red Pill podcast channel? I don't even know what that means. Favorite Sonic game in terms of level theming? Off the top of my head, I want to say Sonic Heroes. I love the level themes, and generally the visual style of Heroes. It just feels so Sonic to me, in all the best ways. Aorta Platinum. The brightness is because I was playing the game in HDR, and so recording it and converting it to SDR causes some issues. Nothing I can really do about it, sorry. Do I like Rouge's voice? No. What's my favorite dessert? Chocolate cake. Oh, the game crashed. Yep. Game crashed a number of times. I think this is me looking for red rings now. Yeah, but Subsonic Sparkle, Lizard Cube just does the visuals and animation. The actual, like, developer behind Streets of Rage 4 is Guard Crush Games. And I don't know if they are doing the new Shinobi. I hope so. Do I like cooking? I've just been starting to get into cooking recently. Yes, surprisingly not bad. I kind of like it. What dev would I like to see handle a main Sonic game? Capcom. How's the game feel in this one? It's pretty good in terms of physics, but the controls are a little... They take some getting used to. A little bit. Ah, yes, microwaving a burger. No, that's not what I mean, Hesmo. That's what I've been doing up to this point. I mean, like, actually learning to cook, sort of. I mean, I'm still keeping it to basic stuff, because I'm just starting, but, you know, I'm progressing. Is it better than Superstars? No. No, overall, I think this is a fairly weak Sonic game. Probably about to become the best cook of the East Blue. Now that's a reference. Did anybody watch that live-action One Piece? I did, and it was surprisingly pretty okay. It's weird how faithful it is to One Piece. But as a product of that, it kind of just feels like a not as good version of One Piece. But still, I kind of liked it a little. It was weird, though. How long I plan on doing this stream? Probably not for too much longer. Maybe till like 4:30, which I guess is almost an hour, but I gotta get going to work later. How much do I like One Piece? I mean, these days I don't watch it anymore. My taste in anime has changed. But I have a lot of respect for One Piece. One Piece is a clear cut above most of those, you know, shonen action series. So I appreciate it a lot these days. How's work like? It sucks. I just fucking work at a grocery store. How do I handle game-life balance? Working on it. Being able to homing attack any spot in a rail is weird to see. Yeah, it's a strange choice. I don't know if I love it. Yeah, I saw the Frontiers update. I haven't tried it yet. Honestly, I don't really care that much, but it's nice. Oh yeah, one of the reasons I stopped watching One Piece is because the anime is so bad. If you want to get into One Piece, read the manga. I don't really refer to the customers as anything. They just ask me questions and I answer the questions. Do my coworkers know I'm the famous pariah? The Sonic tuber maker of Sonic Was Always Good series? I've only mentioned it to like 2 or 3 people. More so that management asks me to use those terms. Well, nobody talks to me. It's a very weird job. I just go in, do my job, interact with nobody, and then leave. It's very bizarre. Because I'm the only person working in my department during my shifts. So it's just me. Yeah, it is nice. I don't have to talk to anyone except for the occasional customer question. I'm listening to shit throughout my entire shift because it's so fucking boring. What would I do if I met a fan IRL? I don't know. I'd probably talk to him. Sounds like a dream job. It's not. It's fucking boring and it doesn't pay very well. What do I do in the grocery store? I'm in the produce department. Sounds like it gives a lot of time to think about Sonic intricacies. It does. I have legitimately used that a lot to think about video ideas and stuff. What's up with Cream's voice in this game? I don't know. It's bad. That's what's up with it. Have I tried getting different jobs other than YouTube? Well, yeah, obviously. But now with YouTube kind of going places, I'm kind of holding and just hoping that it will pick up more so and I can do that as my job. Hopefully. We'll see. I sound lonely. That's just how I talk. I'm fine. I hang out with my friends on a regular basis, friends and family. I'm having a big board game day going on tomorrow. It's going to last all day, pretty much. I'm really looking forward to it. Aside from YouTube, well, I write, obviously. And I've been wanting to start studying Japanese to potentially get into, like, translation work or something like that. But I don't really have the time at the moment to study Japanese. But if I get the opportunity to, I definitely want to. Favorite board game? Cosmic Encounter. What do I think is better, video games or board games? Well, obviously, I'm much more invested in video games. I've been playing them my whole life. But you know, getting into board games in recent years, I think board games have such better game design than video games do, like, dramatically so. It's something I actually want to talk about eventually in videos, because there's a lot there. Tai Kim's site for Japanese? I've never heard of that. I appreciate it, sweet, but as I said, I don't have time right now to study Japanese, so when I actually do have time to start studying, maybe I'll ask you for some resources. Is Mario Party a good or bad board game? Well, from like a game design perspective, Mario Party is a terrible board game, but Mario Party is glorious because of the drama. That's what it's all about in Mario Party. The fact that, like, you can just win due to complete randomness, that's fine, because all that matters is the ups and downs and people yelling at each other, and Mario Party does that better than anything else. At least the older Mario Parties, less so those new ones. Yeah, sweet, I'm making money right now. Better than Uno? Uno is a terrible game. When people think card games and board games and stuff, they think, like, Risk and, you know, Clue and Monopoly. Those are terrible. There are so many better board games out there. Catan or Carcassonne? Honestly, I don't particularly love either of those games. But I would say Carcassonne is better. You have Uno? No, I don't actually. I don't have Uno in my collection because I have better card games. What's so bad about Risk? The problem with Risk is that it goes on forever and nobody ever actually finishes a game, and it's boring and doesn't actually have that much, like, interesting decision-making. There are many better war games out there you can play instead. Red Dragon Inn I've heard good things about. I haven't played it. Are card games even considered board games? I kind of prefer to use the term, like, table game as, like, a catch-all for the whole thing, because, you know, it's all the same kind of thing, just different components. Have I seen the Kickstarter trailer for Rolling Rascal? No, I haven't. Is the Kickstarter up right now? You're talking about Jenga, Hesmo. Have I played Catan? Yeah, I've played Catan. It's okay, but it's not the best thing in the world. Have I played Phase 10? No, I'm not familiar with that. Have I played Monster Hunter? No, never played a Monster Hunter game. Do I have a gaming chair? No, I just have an office chair. Gaming chairs are like a scam. Gaming chairs are they make a really mediocre chair, and then they slap gaming on it to increase the price dramatically. Yeah, I'm looking for blue coins. Eventually I give up on it, because it's hard to find them. PC or console? PC. I have consoles, but I play 95% of my games on PC. What do the blue coins even get you? Nothing, really. They just get you crap in the gallery to look at. But, you know, it's a thing to do, so I wanted to try it. Yeah, blue coins, you turn them into the raccoon dudes, and then you get shine sprites. If you wanted to make a channel like me, what is my advice? Probably don't do what I do, because I hinder my ability to succeed on YouTube by not doing things that I should be doing. But really, if you want to make a channel like me, then I would say do what I did, which is don't just copy me. Try to do something different than what other people are doing. Well, Gamer Dan, the point is that the process of getting the collectibles should be fun. And in a lot of games it is, but in most games it's not. But you never know until you try. How's the Sonic comic coming along? It's coming. Slowly but surely. When are you getting that story of Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric? I don't know if that's gonna happen. I don't know if I'm gonna cover the Sonic Boom games, because I don't care. Hesmo, that market is already cornered by, like, Ruby of Blue and stuff. Why do people love the fact that I hate Lost World so much? Well, I haven't played it yet, Pato, so not yet. Yeah, here's a part where I was, like, looking over there, like, what's that level design over there? I can't get there. What is that? I think that's probably for a different mission. I see, Pigpen, so no one else does it, so I could do it. But I also don't care, so I don't want to do it. Thanks, Gamer Dan. I appreciate that. See, again, what is a game as bad as Lost? Why are people so obsessed with me not liking Lost World? Lost World is not, like, the most hated game I've ever played. It's just a Sonic game that I really dislike. There are plenty of games that I like that I hate more than that. I don't have a particular hatred for that game. I just think it sucks. What is my favorite 3D Sonic model? I like the Heroes models a lot. I think they do a really good job of translating Yuji Uekawa's artwork into 3D. What is my most hated game ever? I don't know. Normally I just kind of forget about games that I hate. Off the top of my head, I want to say, like, I really fucking hated Uncharted 1. I finished that game, and it was terrible. What's a favorite game series of mine besides Sonic? Zelda, and lots of things. I did a whole stream where I went through my Steam library and talked about my 200 favorite Steam games, so check out that if you want to know what kind of games I like. I do not hate Sonic Heroes. I like that game. It's got problems, but I like it. Yeah, looking for these blue coins sucks. Do I like to play mods with games in general? Most of the time I don't really play with mods. With Sonic games, always, pretty much. But you know, if a game has cool mods, I'll check it out. Like, for example, DMC3 has the weapons and style switch mod that is necessary for playing that game, if you ask me. But I don't mod games that often, I wouldn't say. Well, I like getting blue coins in Mario Sunshine, so I'll say I like that more. Why are my thumbnails black and white and creepy? Are my thumbnails creepy? I'm not intending them to be creepy. I just want them to be stark. Why do I do that? Because I like black and white, and it sticks out from everything else on YouTube. If I could give Sonic Team one piece of advice right now, what would it be? Get your shit together. Do I think developers' intention is important when playing a game? Somewhat. It depends. In some ways, yes, but in some ways, I think no. Like, when developers make mistakes and do things wrong, I see nothing wrong with fixing their mistakes. Because, you know, if they had the chance to continue to work on the game, they would have fixed those too. But when it's like, I'm just going to change the game into something different, that's when I'm like, I want to play the game they made. I just want to fix the problems of it. That's like why on my spreadsheets, all the mods I recommend are enhancement mods. It's never like, completely change the game into something else. Watch any cool new anime lately? No, I haven't really watched anime in quite a while. I think the next thing I'm going to watch is the Ahsoka show. I don't know, I've heard it's not too good. But I want to see. How's Knuckles' gameplay in this? Pretty good. His glide has a very aggressive drop-off to prevent it from being too overpowered for the level design, which I think is a good choice. But the glide feels pretty good overall. And it still is the most powerful ability. You can still do a lot of crazy skips with it. What's my favorite Twin Peaks character? It's gotta be Cooper, right? It's gotta be. Cooper is just the most likable motherfucker in the world. Ahsoka, good, not great. Sweet is really urging me not to watch it. I mean, I've watched all the other Star Wars shows, so I'm interested, you know. Who is the showrunner for it? I assume it's Dave Filoni, right? Because Dave Filoni is, Ahsoka is his character. He's the biggest Ahsoka fan in the world. No one likes that character as much as he does. Yeah, it's Filoni. Okay. Did I even like this game? Yeah, I like this game. Thought it was good. Yeah, Ahsoka is his waifu. It's very weird. Like, Dave Filoni is such a funny creator to me because, like, he really understands Star Wars and he knows how to do it right. And he's very good at what he does. But at the same time, he is also just a Star Wars fanboy that inserts his fan fiction into the series. And it's pretty funny. Oh, I don't agree with that at all. I think Filoni is much better than Ian Flynn when it comes to how he handles his respective series. Sam Witwer is pretty cool. I've seen interviews with him where he just nerds out about Star Wars a bunch. And I love his Palpatine. It's so good. Have I played Alan Wake 2 yet? No, I haven't. I was wanting to play it just in general because I really like Remedy and I like the first game. But then I saw that it like got nominated for a bunch of shit in the Game Awards. I'm like, oh, was Alan Wake 2 like really awesome? That's exciting. I want to play it even more now. He absolutely does make stories like kids playing with action figures. You're completely right about that, T. Brighton. That is one definitely annoying thing about Dave Filoni's work. Well, I don't give a fuck about Game Awards, sweet. I just mean that, like, there has to be a reason that a game that came out last month got nominated for so many things, right? Because I didn't expect many people to care that much about Alan Wake 2. Do I generally like or dislike the Disney Plus Star Wars shows? I would say it's a pretty mixed bag. Some of them are very good. Some of them, especially the more recent ones, have been not as good. Thoughts on the Kenobi show? It was okay, but not great. I think the Kenobi show would have been better as a movie. It was very padded out. Yes, Pariah has seen Genndy Tartakovsky's Clone Wars. Yeah, it's really cool. Sweet, you said Bad Batch there twice. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, Bad Batch was kind of iffy. Andor's excellent. I liked Mandalorian. Though Season 3 definitely, not as good, to say the least. Do people hate on Andor? Who the fuck hates on Andor? That show is excellent. Oh yeah, I saw that Tartakovsky had a new show. I haven't watched it. Have I played Batman Arkham Knight Switch port? No. I have it on PC. Did I see the new Sonic Drift fan remake? No, but people have been mentioning it to me. I'm gonna have to check that out. That's interesting, because Sonic Drift is the most ignored Sonic game of all time, probably. Yeah, but Sweet, you have horrible taste, so I don't trust what you say. A lot of people dislike Andor for being boring and not having lightsabers. Those people are dumb. That's all I have to say on that. Tales Adventure HD waiting room. I mean, with the Sonic community, never say never. You liking the prequels is only controversial with me. Bro, where have you been for the past 30 years? Nobody likes the prequels except for a small group of weirdos. Later, Gamer Dan. Thanks for hanging out. Have I heard that Fiona and Cake is getting a season 2? I don't know what that is. I have not heard that thing about Aaron. Honestly, I don't really care. I don't give a fuck about YouTube drama crap. I don't even follow the Game Grumps or Aaron or anything. It doesn't matter to me. I just like to laugh at him when he sucks at Sonic games. I wouldn't be surprised if someone eventually tried to remake Sonic Jam. Why not? Why not? See, the thing is, I don't think a single human being on planet Earth has ever beaten that game, so I don't think anyone knows, like, the level design. Someone's gonna have to do the research. Well, I mean, in his defense, it's not like he's just playing the games. Playing the games is, like, third thing down on his priority list. He's trying to be funny. You need to see Sonic adapt something like Evangelion. Have you ever played this video game called Sonic Frontiers? I mean, obviously not really, but kind of a little bit. Sort of. Not really. How's the polish so far? Well, I'm not playing right now, Chili. This is just footage from when I was playing before. It's pretty okay. It's got some bugs, and it's crashed a couple of times on me, but it's decent. Do I think I'm ever going to have a guest on the podcast? We talked about that, possibly. We'll have to see. We're not concerned about that right now. We just want to do the initial episodes to see if we even want to do it. Have I watched Oni Plays do any Sonic games? No, I've never watched Oni Plays. I don't watch a lot of gaming YouTubers, really. Probably gonna have a 3-hour discussion on why Sonic bosses suck. I mean, I've already talked a bunch about why Sonic bosses suck. There's not much more to say. Thoughts on Superstars? I mean, you can see my thoughts in my playthrough video. I like the game. The bosses suck. That's the long and short of it. The podcast epidemic is getting out of hand. I know, a lot of people are starting podcasts. To be fair, though, this was not my idea. My friend is the one that wanted to do the podcast. He brought it up to me, and I was like, sure, that sounds fun. Have I posted a podcast already? No, not yet. I will, I'll post about it. It's not going to be here, probably. It'll be somewhere else. Because it's not a pariah podcast. I am now manually remembering the frozen base boss. Am I? What's the frozen base boss? What's frozen base even from? What game is that? I don't remember. There are too many things in my brain. Too much Sonic. Oh, yeah, the pterodactyl. Yeah, that thing sucks. That is definitely a hot take. Funny. For sure. Have I ever played Dino Crisis? No. So this is Sonic Dream Team. Yes. Yes, it is. I'm not playing right now, Matthew. I'm just, this is background footage while we hang out and talk. They're different in how they are implemented, Enrique. They don't, like, they're usually done in groups, and they're not really things that you have to, like, hunt for too much. They're kind of just like around, and it's just about like taking all the different routes. I would say they're more like the purple coins from Odyssey, if anything, just in a linear level context. What is the worst thing that happened to Sonic? I feel like anything I say here is going to be like a landmine for some people to explode at me. You know what? I'm just going to dodge that question. Yes, I'm a coward. I'm a big, huge coward. I'm super scared and super big. The biggest coward you've ever seen. Massive. The hugest coward of them all. See, I'll say this. What I think is nothing that anyone has said in the chat. Yeah, why I hating on Frontiers? It's not Frontiers, for sure. Sonic gotta stop copying Mario. Hey, copying Mario is the essence of what Sonic is. Yasuhara leaving. I wasn't even thinking of that, Sweet, but now that you say it, that might be the worst thing to ever happen to Sonic. You're probably right. That's probably it. And I can say that. That's less people will get mad at me about that. Say it anyway. Dude, I say enough things that get people yelling at me. I'm tired. I've already got videos in the works where people are gonna yell at me. What about the third worst thing to happen to Sonic? You know what? I'm gonna say, as a blanket statement, the Sega Saturn. What are my favorite movies? Off the top of my head, let me think. Iron Giant. Fucking love Iron Giant. The Mist, I really like. I don't know, it's hard to narrow down to a couple of favorites. Oh, you know what? I really like the Rocky movies a lot. They are pretty fantastic. Empire Strikes Back? I mean, Empire Strikes Back is a great movie, but I wouldn't say it's one of the best movies I've ever seen. Yeah, the Creed movies are also very good. I didn't love the second one too much, but the first and third are both good, especially the first one. I love that movie. Are we talking about Punch-Out? I was not paying attention. Yeah, you guys have been watching the game for a while now. The music is just really weak, right? It just doesn't stand out. You barely notice it when you're playing. What about Disney films? Well, if we're counting Pixar, like, all the early Pixar stuff is, like, the best of the best. You know, Toy Story, Bug's Life, Incredibles is fucking amazing. For Disney stuff specifically, Goofy movie is fucking excellent. Lilo and Stitch I really like a lot. Ants clears Bug's Life, not gonna lie. I haven't watched Ants since I was a kid, so I can't really say. You thought WALL-E would be my favorite Pixar? Nah, honestly, I'm not huge on WALL-E. It's alright, it's decent, but I didn't love it particularly. Yeah, well, WALL-E is a pretty weak robot story, actually. It starts off strong, I think, but then it kind of gets caught up in a bunch of, when it gets on the spaceship and the humans and all that stuff, whatever. It's just not that good. Incredibles is the best Pixar movie. I agree, Pato. That movie, fucking amazing. That and Iron Giant Man. I love Brad Bird. He does awesome stuff. Incredibles has every right to be that perfect, Subsonic Sparkle. Like I said, Brad Bird. He's a beast. Who do I prefer as Sonic's rival, Knuckles or Shadow? Shadow. Shadow is a more interesting character. He made Tomorrowland? Oh god, that movie was so fucking bad. That movie, though, feels like a studio disaster, and he just, you know, we need a director, you do it. So he had to deal with that shit. What do I think of Incredibles 2? Incredibles 2 was very disappointing. It's a very modern Pixar movie, which means that it's not great. Wow, he did everything for it? Damn. Well, you can't hit them all. See, I'm not a big fan of Ratatouille. I think the ending is a little weak. Opinions on Bomberman? Never played him. Any Ghibli movies I like? Okay, here's the part where I out myself as a fraud. I haven't watched a Ghibli movie since I was a kid, and I only watched like 3 of them back in the day. I know. What? Pariah, how could you? I thought we were friends. I know. But I've been meaning to catch up on my Ghibli for a very long time. If I've watched one, I've watched them all. What even is a Ghibli movie? Hesmo, Ghibli is the name of the studio that makes the movies. I don't know, sweet. I could watch some sort of, like, soulful, well-made animated movie by some of the greats, or I could watch the latest Disney product. And I'm feeling like I should watch the latest Disney product. So I think I'm gonna do that. But I will catch up on my Ghibli eventually. Yeah, Disney, it's nice how lately, though, Disney has been, like, flopping horribly with everything they do. That's pretty nice. Am I an MCU fan? I mean, I was when, like, everybody cared about it, but now I don't give a fuck, and I don't care about superhero stuff at all these days. Did I watch all the Sonic anime and cartoons? No. Well, Sweet, I don't pay for it regularly. I don't do subscription services that way. What I do is I just wait for a bunch of stuff I want to watch, and then I get it for 1 month and watch all of that, and then cancel the subscription. So I have Disney Plus at the moment. Paying irregularly is still paying. I mean, if they make something that I want to pay and I think is worth paying for, then I give them money. That's how things work. I mean, that's the best stuff is, right, Sven? Those Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies are excellent. I just love Sam Raimi. I love all of his movies. Did Tangled start a revival era for Disney? I mean, in terms of success, sure, but in terms of quality, Tangled is the only good Disney movie that they've done in a decade, right? Like, what else have they done that's been any good? Dude, I love Spider-Man 3. Spider-Man 3 is so fucking funny, because it's so bad in so many areas. I love that movie. I think it's hilarious. Zootopia? I didn't really care for Zootopia. Wreck-It Ralph is good, but Wreck-It Ralph is Pixar, not Disney. I'm talking specifically about, like, Disney animation. Elementals was by Pixar, I think. Encanto? I didn't see that. Was that good? It looked fine. It looked like every other modern Disney movie. I didn't care to see it. Oh yeah, Soul! Soul was good. I forgot about that. I did watch Puss in Boots too. I thought it was good. I didn't think it was amazing. It was good. Encanto was really good. Oh, but Grandfallen says Encanto was ass. We got some mixed opinions in here. Yeah, Dasper, that's definitely true. Spider-Man 3 did spoil the broth, and we never got a Spider-Man 4. I mean, I would watch a million Spider-Man Sam Raimi movies. They're just so good. Encanto is good if you love musicals. I'm not really a fan of musicals. All those fucking Disney movies, like even the older ones, when they start fucking singing, I'm like, oh god, we have to pause the movie to get through a fucking song, and then we can get back to the movie. Yeah, what was that one about, like, the red panda girl? That looked just so bleh. Was that a Pixar one? I think that was a Pixar. As a Pixar one? Yeah, it sucks. I mean, it just looked so corporate, is the best way I would describe it. Luca was pretty good. Yeah, I actually quite liked that. I did watch that one. That one was pretty good. You don't think it was for our audience? What's our audience, and who was the audience for that movie? Because I have seen very few people who seem to have liked that movie. What do I think of Megamind? I haven't seen that movie since it first came out. I really don't remember it that much. Was it good? I don't remember. No, I don't give a fuck about those Sonic Twitter takeovers. I don't care. Never saw Bolt. Was that good? Didn't care to see it. Just looked like whatever. Megamind is awesome. A lot of people saying Megamind is great. Bolt, boring, not good. Okay. I was right to skip on it. Oh god, Despicable Me. Despicable Me. I saw the first 2 of those. They're just not good. They're just not good. And it's a shame, because I think the premise is, there's a lot of potential there. You got evil, like, scientist supervillain guy adopting these 3 little girls. There's so much potential there for a great story of him, you know, learning to be a dad or whatever, but instead they fuck around with, like, a bunch of stupid shit the whole time. It's so bad. Have I seen The Batman? Yeah, I love The Batman. That's one of those rare things of superhero stuff today where it's like, oh, this is like a real movie. Oh, I fucking love The Batman. What do I think about super comedy-focused movies and shows? I'm down for comedies. In more recent times, there haven't been many good comedies, though. But, like, I recently watched the Bill and Ted movies for the first time. Dude, those fucking movies are great, especially the first one. The first Bill and Ted is, like, one of the best fucking movies I've ever seen. So fucking funny. Have I watched Peacemaker? I'm not familiar with that. I've never heard of it. Yeah, the comedy genre kind of died and was replaced with, like, horrible, self-aware meta humor in everything. Terrible. I've watched Airplane. I've watched a couple of those Zucker Brothers comedies. Honestly, it didn't really hit for me too much. It's just not my style of comedy, I guess. Oh, Peacemaker is that John Cena thing. Oh, I don't give a fuck about that. Did I like Thor Ragnarok? No. That was by the time that my superhero fatigue was in full effect. I didn't give a fuck. Not into WWE? No, I've never been a wrestling person. I don't know what you're talking about, Sweet. Skibbity toilet? Is that a thing? That's a thing? I ever tried Duke Nukem 3D? No, I've never played it. Carved to Warped, I would say maybe give it some time. Let the superhero genre completely die. So that way, if you do make something, it'll be, like, fresh again. Because it's on its way out, for sure. Superheroes aren't going to be around for that much longer as, like, the mainstream dominance, I don't think. People are tired of it. It's just taken the corporations a long time to realize that. I don't know what this thing is. I don't know what. I don't know what. What do I think the next big mainstream thing will be? That's hard to say. I don't know. Whatever makes a lot of money, and then people are just gonna rip that off. See, the thing is, we're still too deep into the current trends that it's impossible to go forward. Video game movies are definitely becoming one for sure. Now that they make money, yeah, that'll become a thing. What do I think of Spider-Verse? Great movies. Spider-Verse 2 was a really good remake of the Lego movie. And I know that sounds a bit condescending, but I did like the movie quite a bit. But it's really similar to the Lego movie. Thoughts on the Grand Budapest Hotel? I've never seen any Wes Anderson movies. That's just something in my filmography that's a void that I've never touched. I'll probably do it at some point. Try out his stuff. Yeah, Lego Movie was surprisingly good. I really liked it. Yeah, Lenham, that's why they're so similar. Hello, Eminem. Oh my god, famous rapper Eminem. Welcome to my stream. You know who's into Sonic? John Carpenter. Fucking, when I heard that, you can hear him in interviews talking about it, and he's, like, super into Sonic. I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. Fuck those stupid Sonic movies as they are right now. I wish that they got fucking John Carpenter to make the Sonic movie. That would have been fucking amazing. Yeah, look it up. John Carpenter loves Sonic. There's an interview where someone's like, oh, so have you played the new one, Sonic Mania? And he's like, oh, fuck yeah. It's awesome. Yeah, John Carpenter's Sonic with that same font that he uses in all of his movies, and just give him full control. He can write the movie, direct it, he can do whatever he wants. I would love to see that. That would be awesome. Well, no, like, if John Carpenter made the movie, so he's a Sonic fan, so he would make Sonic look good from the beginning. You know, John Carpenter doesn't just do horror, he's done a lot of movies. That's a bad stereotype about him. He's done comedies, he's done action movies, he's done a bunch of stuff. He's a versatile director. No, I don't agree with that at all, Funny. I think that it was just Hollywood corporate meddling, and they're just so clueless that, you know, their focus groups told them that that was what they should do for the Sonic movie. Speaking of Eminem, thoughts on his music? Again, I don't really listen to music in general, so no real thoughts. Who the fuck is John Carpenter? John Carpenter is a movie director. He did Halloween, he did The Thing, he did a lot of stuff. Top 3 Carpenter movies. Let's see. I love Christine. That movie is awesome. They Live. You know, I haven't seen it yet, but I could already tell I'm probably going to love it. Big Trouble in Little China. That movie just looks so good. I really got to watch it. Also, In the Mouth of Madness. That's good. Do I think Carpenter would have done a better representation of Sonic? Absolutely. At the very least, it would have been fucking a real movie, and it would have been cool and good. Did I see the Power Rangers movie adaptation? Fuck no, I didn't. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I'm not even a Power Rangers fan to begin with. I was as a kid, but whatever. And it looked terrible. Why would I watch that? Christine is very good. I highly recommend it. Yeah, John Carpenter's like super into video games, and he loves Sonic. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying now. Zedgar. Yeah, no, they're just... Hollywood executives are just completely out of touch with, like, what people want. Oh yeah, look at this. All this stuff didn't unlock for me. Like, get all the Dream Orbs in Scrambled Shores. Get all the Dream Orbs in Act 1. I did all this. Why are these things not unlocking? Fix the freaking game, Sega Hardlight. Come on now. I think that's the end of that recording, but I missed, earlier back here, it crashed, so I went on to the next recording, but I forgot. I did continue this recording and keep playing, so we have some more to go through. I'm going to stop the stream at 5 because I have to get ready for work after that. Do I listen to audiobooks while working? No. I find audiobooks to be... I just don't like them. I normally am listening to, like, YouTube videos or podcasts or whatever. You know what I listen to a lot of? Shut Up and Sit Down. They are a YouTube channel. They also have a website and a podcast that review board games. It's where I get a lot of my board game recommendations from. What I think about all characters being super fast in gameplay? It's a weird thing. It's kind of complicated. I actually want to do a whole video on it, so I'm not gonna talk about it here. Yes, Dasper. John Carpenter is the one who said he even likes the one where he turns into a werehog. Yeah, that's John Carpenter, a Sonic Unleashed fan. He's one of us. What do I think of Tarantino's movies? Love them. I haven't seen a ton of them, but the ones I have seen, awesome movies. I'm gonna do that. Have I seen the Matrix movies? Yes, I have. The first one is really, 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 really good. And then the rest of them exist. I like some of the ideas in Matrix 2, but obviously overall, what the fuck with that movie? Oh yeah, here's a part where I'm making this way harder for myself than I need to because I refuse to not do this the fast, cool way, and I just keep dying over and over until it just lines itself up for me. Was my childhood full of Don Bluth? I recognize that name, but remind me what he's done. Yeah, here's where it crashes that we got to before. But yeah, I close it and reopen the game. Oh, Land Before Time. Yeah, I watched Land Before Time as a kid. I never really particularly loved it that much. You know what I was fucking into as a little kid? Dragon Tales. That was my jam as a young child. All Dogs Go to Heaven, Secret of Nith. Or isn't it Secret of Nim? Yeah, I never really cared much for that stuff. Yeah, Dragon Tales. I loved that shit as a kid. Also, does anyone remember the movie? I don't remember what it was called, but it's like some kids in like a circus or a fair or carnival, something like that. It's like, it's got that like kids premise of like the evil circus guy, and there are like dinosaurs that come from the past, and they're like cartoony friendly dinosaurs, but then he somehow like takes them and puts them in his circus and has like a formula or a magic thing that turns them into like realistic scary dinosaurs, and then the kids need to turn them back into cartoony friendly dinosaurs. What was that movie? I remember watching that a lot as a little kid. I have no idea if it was good or not. We're Back, a Dino Story. That's it. Yes. Was that any good? I have no idea. It was like that, and what's the one about the like the cats putting on a play, and there's like the weird little girl. That was another one that I watched a bunch as a kid, and thinking back on it, I'm like, was that any good? I don't know. Cats Don't Dance, yeah, that. Like, I don't even know who made those movies. I don't know where they came from. They were just weird things that I watched as a kid that, I don't know. Why can Knuckles homing attack? Because everyone can homing attack in this game, because the homing attack, yeah. I mean, he can homing attack in Frontiers, too. And Sonic Heroes. And Smash Bros. For some reason. Were most shows we watched as a kid really good, honestly? Well, you know, there's always a couple of those winners that still hold up, like SpongeBob, of course. Invader Zim, I think, is still really good. Avatar. Personally, my favorite show as a kid was Ed, Edd n Eddy. Fucking loved that show, but I haven't gone back to rewatch it in recent years. I really want to see, was it actually good? Because I fucking loved Ed, Edd n Eddy. Have I watched PBS Kids? No. Have I watched the greatest superhero movie, Morbius? No. I've not watched any of those, like, pathetic Spider-Man universe Sony movies. I guess I did watch the Venom ones, and they were... The first one was okay, the second one was quite bad. But, like, that fucking Kraven the Hunter movie they're gonna do is gonna be terrible, and that Madam Web movie looks so bad. Those fucking Spider-Man universe movies Sony are trying to do, just give up, man. It's over. Show you some speedruns? I do have the footage of me time attacking. I don't have it prepared, but I could get it together. But again, I'm going to be turning off the stream in 15 minutes. Thoughts on Legend of Korra? How does it stack up? It is alright, but it's nowhere near as good as Avatar. Season 2 in particular is quite bad. But I would say if you liked Avatar, I would recommend checking it out. What do I mean I'm not excited for Madam Web? I mean, I don't waste my time watching terrible movies. Madam Web is getting a movie? I mean, kind of. But just watch the trailer. Or don't. You're fine either way. Yeah, I don't really follow superhero movies these days either. That was recommended to me by someone, like, yo, look at this fucking trailer. And I was like, okay. Oh, God. Did I see Puss in Boots from last year? Yeah, it was pretty good. Didn't knock my socks off, but It was pretty good. That is quite a take funny, and not one I agree with in the slightest. Gotta be careful with those kinds of takes. You'll get killed in the Sonic community for saying things like that. Blue Star. I wouldn't even put it past that. Did I see Captain Underpants? No. I was never into Captain Underpants as a kid. I don't really know anything about it, to be honest. Do I like any Hitchcock movies? I haven't seen very many, but of what I have seen has been pretty good. I like Psycho. He did that right. Thoughts on John Wick? It was good. Good movies. They kind of are diminishing returns over time. Have I seen A Clockwork Orange? No. I haven't seen a lot of movies. I am not generally a movie person, so there's a lot that I have never played. What was the Neo Geo emulator I used for Sonic Pocket Adventure? It's in RetroArch. It's, I think it's like the Beetle core is what it is. Any opinion on the Bone books by Jeff Smith? Not familiar. No, I have not watched Mob Psycho 100. I tried reading One Punch Man, and I didn't really care for it, so I didn't bother with Mob Psycho because it's by the same guy. Yeah, this game needs to get on PC, so that way someone can mod in Japanese voices. Mob is better than One Punch Man? I don't even know what the hell Mob Psycho 100 is even about. Ever watched Naruto? Like back on Toonami before I had gotten into anime. And even then, I thought Naruto was kind of bad. Thoughts on The Boys? I watched the show. It's pretty good. I have some problems with it, though. Yeah, I really hope, I should, like, tweet Sega Hardlight, see if they're gonna add, like, a time attack mode or something. Because they should. Do I think spin attack / rolling should be implemented into Sonic Dream Team? I would certainly like for them to do that. But it's kind of... As long as the boost is there, it doesn't even matter. Oh yeah, game crashed again. Yeah. I was getting crashes on this game. It was annoying. Honestly, the Apple TV, a lot of shit on it was just crashing for me. Like, the Apple Arcade app was crashing a bunch. Like, God, this thing's a fucking piece of shit. I've never read the Boys comic. It's by, Garth Ennis, I believe. I've never read anything by him, but I've heard very good things about him as a comic writer. Yeah, this is my first Apple product ever, actually. It's terrible. I hate it. Do I like rhythm games? Yeah, I do. It's not a genre that I, like, seek out too much, but I've played a couple of rhythm games here and there. They're fun. You know, you say that, Blue Star, but Sonic games, for all the issues they have, they don't normally crash. Even 06 doesn't really crash very much. They normally just, like, you fall through the floor. JSAB? I've never heard of that. Severance, I've heard of that show. I heard it's good.
Eggman Empire, our world, your future.
Rise Star is the one for me, Subsonic Sparkle. I want to see a new Rise Star, but I don't think there are many people clamoring for a new Rise Star. I imagine if you like talk to a bunch of Sega executives about like, we want to make a new Rise Star game, they'd be like, what's that? Have I seen Gravity Falls? I watched a couple episodes. I thought it was okay, but it didn't really grab me too much. Thoughts on roguelite games? Haven't played too many of them, but I've liked what I played. Binding of Isaac and Enter the Gungeon. They're fun. There's a fan making a Rise Star too? Cool. Oh, technically it should be Re-Star. That is the correct pronunciation. As much as we don't like it. It's coming after Shining Force. I bet you a lot of people would be excited about Shining Force coming back. You're going to pretend you didn't hear that, technically inept? His name is Restar. That is the correct pronunciation. It's like Final Fantasy X, where everyone thought his name was Titus, but nope, it's Titus. Deal with it. Have I played Rayman Mini yet? No, I haven't. But I definitely will, while I still have that free trial of Apple Arcade. Amy Rose hater, name checks out. What about Blinks the Time Sweeper? The Blinks games aren't really that good, in my opinion. Do I think Sega should buy Project 06 and release it on Steam? They would never do that. Yeah, Supersonic 68, this game has no loops. I noticed that, outside of Rails. And you know why? Because besides Rails, there's no scripting in this game. So, I don't know. Could this physics system not handle looping? It seems like it would be able to. I wonder why. Amy can't do anything without the hammer. What are you talking about? She has her iconic tarot cards that she's always used. In fact, why doesn't Amy use her tarot cards in this game? That's like her iconic character trait, right? Are loops necessary for 3D Sonic, though? If you can just run around them? Well, ideally, Little Big Wave, the level design would be built in such a way where taking the loops is beneficial as a way to build speed, like they are in the 2D games. Really loved when Amy beat Solaris with her tarot cards. Yeah, of course. That iconic moment. Do I think one day we'll get a game called Sonic Adventure 3? I don't think it'll happen anytime soon. Well, Supersonic 68, I would say that GT is not a great example because a good number of the loops in that game you can and should jump over and ignore. There's only like one or two loops in that game that are actually beneficial to hit. But that's because there's no air drag in that game, because fan game developers always ignore the air drag. I actually, in the pinball video I'm working on, I'm going to talk all about like scripted automation in Sonic and how it is a fundamental misunderstanding of Sonic spectacle things and why they're even there in the first place. Should be good. Do I think we'll see Metroid Prime 4 next year? I think there's a good chance, because it's most likely going to be a launch title for Nintendo's next system, which I think is going to come out next year, probably next holiday. So I think there's a good possibility of it. Alright, I think we've already seen this, so I think that's everything that I have recorded for just like the normal playthrough. Sorry, I'm gonna lower this a little bit, because I know the opening of this game is a lot louder than the rest of this game. Almost done with the stream anyway. What do I think they'll name the Switch to? I mean, honestly, I think Switch 2 would be the smartest thing to do. Man, that guy really is an Amy Rose hater. I mean, the game didn't need Amy. No game needs Amy. No game needs Tails or Knuckles either. You put in a character in a game because you want them in the game. Switch U. The new Nintendo Switch. That's what they'll call it. Amy's head is perfectly shaped for getting slapped. I mean, her head's a sphere. Every Sonic character's head is a sphere. Except Tails. And Knuckles. Yeah, Supersonic 68. You can put obstacles on loops. Easy. Easy. You know, Hesmo, you mentioned that. I don't like modern Amy's spikes, hair, whatever it is. I much prefer her having, you know, the classic look of actual spikes that go out the back of her head. Because modern Amy doesn't look at all like a hedgehog. She just looks like a thing, like a Sonic person. Which I don't like. And I've seen some fan art of, like, modern Amy with classic spikes. She looks so much better that way, if you ask me. Do I agree that Vanilla is the size of the average human mother? Well, that's the canon, so I can't argue with it. Her classic look just makes her look like female Sonic. I mean, isn't that just what hedgehogs look like in this universe? They got fucking spikes sticking out of their back of their head and their backs. Because they're hedgehogs. All the echidnas have dreadlocks like Knuckles. Does that make Tikal female Knuckles? It's just what the species looks like. Amy looks nothing like a hedgehog. You would not guess that she was a hedgehog just based on looking on her. Based on looking at her. Silver looks pretty different, yet he still has spikes sticking out of his back because he's a hedgehog. She doesn't even have the one big spike on her back anymore. Sonic doesn't look like a hedgehog either, to be honest. But yeah, but you know, art style. At least there is spikes. It made the dress uncomfortable. Yeah, she has to have like a hole in the back of her shirt in the classic games, right? To make room for the spike.
But that was ridiculous.
Sonic looks like a big dog. I don't know what dogs have spikes sticking out of the back of their
I'm looking
head.
after your friends, but they will need your help.
She shaves off the back spikes. You know hedgehog spikes aren't made of fur, right? Her headband pushed the spikes down. I mean, it didn't in the original stuff. Surge looks more like a hedgehog and she ain't even a hedgehog. Yeah, it's true. I would say that Espio looks fairly like a chameleon. He's got the head shape, he's got the horn. Although I think chameleons usually have 3 horns on their head. You wouldn't get Blaze as a cat? What the fuck else would she be? You know, I wouldn't really guess that Vector is a crocodile. If I saw him, I would think that he's like an aardvark or something. How much different would Sonic have been if he was designed today? Completely. He wouldn't look at all like he does. Modern design sensibilities are totally different than they were back then. Now Vector is an elephant. Alright, dudes, I'm gonna end the stream. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for talking. Hope anyone that hasn't gotten the chance to play Sonic Dream Team, you got to see all my gameplay here. Hope the game looked cool. Yeah, I will see y'all later. Don't know when I'm going to be streaming again. We'll see. It'll probably be Mario Maker 2, now that I'm feeling better. Alright, dudes. Peace.